detective type of game, but here the cab driver or the taxi driver is the detective in Paris. Whoa. Choose the investigation, the judge, angel of death, Sandman, surprise investigation, random investigation. First, let's take the judge. Victims have all something in common, and the motives seem clear. But which suspect could have done it? Balanced case, perfect for a first run. Yeah, I'm on the first run. Story balanced hard. Money will be easy to get by. Investigation will be easier. Every action will take less time for a chiller experience. The way Nightcall was designed, money will be tighter. Investigation will be harder to solve. Every action will cost more time for a more challenging experience. Balanced. Let's select Monkey Moon, Raw Fury. This is the game that created Kingdom, Two Thrones. Whoa. Is there someone there? Night Call. Doctor. Next. Here. Sir, can you hear me? Can you hear me or do I need to speak up? Yes, speak up. You're fine. She takes a deep breath. Next. Sir, you just spent 2 weeks in a coma. What happened to me? The world bounces around your head. You need a moment to understand its meaning. Coma? The word the word scratches along your throat. Doctor. Yes, you are the victim of an assault. NACO Farm 35627.4. Lots of GLM. Okay. Yes, you are the world resonates in your head, victim. You are doctor. You are aware a serial killer is currently on the loose in Paris. You feel the contents of your stomach crawling up your throat. The judge, as the police call the killer, assaulted you. The bullet touched your liver, and in most circumstances, it would have been fatal. We chose to put you in an induced coma. Her voice becomes more distant, fades. You taste bile at the back of your mouth. Your head is burning. You hear a whistle in one ear. Your fingers move to your wound. Underneath the bandages, you can feel hard skin. It is incredibly painful. Did they I'm sorry. Did they catch the judge? No. He was dead before you even got out of the cab. Oh, so passenger is dead. The doctor is silent for a second, a very awkward second. She hesitates. The police would like to see you as soon as possible to ask you some questions. After all, you're the only one who survived the judge. Noise in the hallway attracts your attention. You try to turn your head to no avail. You need to rest. She leaves the room. Her voice resonates in the hallway. I don't care, he's the only witness. He's another female voice joins in a strong authoritarian voice. You can clearly make up what she's saying. Maybe she's the police officer. A very strange feeling washes over you. It's not pain, not fatigue, some old combination of the two. Some odd combination of the two. Before being in this hospital room, you'd never realized that anger was made up of a combination of pain and exhaustion. Anger, a feeling you know all too well. Days go by, and a month later, night one. Oh, I'm coming. Well, look, I got a bit of a problem. A real problem, that is. You have a pounding headache. It's your first night behind the wheel since the attack. Boss, are you listening to me? You catch your boss eye in the rear view mirror. He stares at you for a second or two without speaking. Sometimes I wonder what goes inside your head. You always seem so far away. I'm listening. Okay. He's watching you closely, trying to make out what's going on in your head. You know why I'm worried about you, don't you? I know. You're like a son to me, you know. I know. And you know he's about to tell you the story of his taxi fleet again. When my father died and left me the store, I could have sold it. I could have retired, gone back to the old country. You should have gone back. Let him go on. But I decided to start a cab fleet with the money he left me to hire the guys from the neighborhood. And that's why I got 45 guys like you working for me. That's a huge network. His hands flutter in the air, though none of them are any match for you. He smiles, his voice suddenly takes on a serious note. Do you want me to go over everything again? He points to the equipment on the dashboard, the meter, the GPS. You haven't been in a taxi for weeks. Maybe you do need a little refresher. Yeah, good idea. Right then, well, first the map, you spot potential customers and try to guess where they'll be going, and then you decide. When a customer orders a taxi, if there's no one else around you, you have to go pick them up. He shrugs. That's the way it goes. It's business. No problem. The other phase, you look at the map and decide whether or not you want to take them. Then you drive. He flashes a quick and mechanical smile. You know it well. When he talks about work, he talks about work. That's all. When your shift is over, we do the numbers, and his voice trails off and as if searching for the right words. And that's all. It's pretty simple. There's no reason why you can't do it. Alright, over time, we are in fancier and there are rules, regulations. You might not see it that way, but no one likes having a driver who hasn't slept for 24 hours. He looks away, something's been bothering him since he got into the cab. Anyhow, you know the ropes, you get it, I know you're going to do a good job. What's the matter? Boy keeps quiet for a while as if he's hesitant to speak, and then, I don't think it's a good idea, you shouldn't be driving. Murderer is still out there and we think he's going to come back for you. He doesn't know who I am. We maybe your boss pull himself up a little straight now. You can sense he's trying to control himself, try not to get upset. Maybe he'd been told to go easy on you. He holds your gaze, then turns away. You know, I can put you on the day shift or send you out to the suburbs away from it fall. You shake your head, no. Don't worry about it. Anyway, I'll let you get back to work. Every minute spent in your taxi is a minute lost. Then go man, enjoy. He gives you a smile, half ironic, half serious. Have a good evening. Have a good evening. The sarcasm is in his voice is palpable. Right, you have a good evening too. He'll spend the rest of the night dealing with problems and drivers. You wonder how and why the guy ever gets in his sleep. He opens the door, exits the cab. You watch him cross the street and enter the fleet garage. A couple of colleagues are smiling about. Taxis are coming and going. They all ignore you consciously or unconsciously. You are branded. You sit there a moment and turn the key in the ignition. The hum of the engine sends a tingle down your spine. It's impossible to describe how you missed that feeling. It's back to the night shift, back to life, despite the attack, despite it all. Wow, a lot of people here. We'll pick up this guy or this guy. We'll pick up this grandma, I think, or a girl. I think it is his grandma, this old woman. I think we'll pick up this old woman. I need to talk to you. She's asking me. Distance 8 kilometers, fare 27.2. I don't know what French money is. Accept. Scent of the orange bosom fills the air as your passenger enters the cab. You smile, she returns your smile. Good evening. There is a raw emotional warmth to her voice. You sense your passenger wants to talk about the killer. It's simple. Since the first murder, everyone thinks they know something. Everyone thinks they saw something. And this passenger is no exception. It's pretty cold out tonight, isn't it? You know, there are passengers like this elderly woman you immediately take a liking to. I can almost feel the cold air setting in around the corners of my mouth. It's a funny feeling, but one that's a nice cup of hot tea can quickly dispel. A smile plays across her lips. Or a cup of hot chocolate, of course. On nights like this, I can't go out on my own anymore. And yet I have to. She glances over at you. I must not be all that rosy every day. With the cold, the grumbling Parisians, the traffic jams. As for me, I'm only going out. It's because of you. I know who you are and what you're doing. She's quiet for a minute, either searching for the right words or simply trying to reassure you. I admire what you're doing. The city really needs your help, and so does the world. Don't take it the wrong way, but I know you're looking for the killer. I know what he did to you. How did she know? Is she a witness? Should I call the police? I know why you're after him. She gives you a warm smile. I like to make you an offer. You can either take it or leave it. But I'd like everything I tell you to remain a secret no matter what happens afterwards. What do you say? I'm listening. You see, when my husband died, he left me a building. I converted and made it repairs and renovations. And above all, I gave it a goal, a role, a reason to exist. A reason to exist. I think she treats that home as her son. This hotel, I suppose I could call it a shelter. But that would scare away the people who need it. Why? Some say it's a retreat. But same thing, the word has unpleasant connotations. I keep calling it a hotel because my guests need to realize they are only passing through, that their real life is out there waiting for them. Right. Her eyes meet yours. There's more to the kind grandmother in the backseat of your cab than meets the eye. A hint of greatness. Are you following me? Yes, I believe so. Good. Well, anyhow, the hotel is reserved for men, women, couples, for anyone who needs it really. I use the word reserved because there aren't any eligible conditions other than my own, that is. We live in a wonderful country, but sometimes it fails to recall its fundamental values. Liberty, fraternity, where is the equality? In my hotel, I need in people who have been chased from their homes for every imaginable reason. Right now, I have a couple of women who are the victims of domestic abuse. A young woman thrown out of her home because she didn't want to have an abortion. Two couples who were thrown out by homophobic parents. What is homophobic? I don't know the meaning. She knits her brow in consternation. Does that give you a better idea? People pay whatever they can afford. It gives you a smile. I don't do it for money. I'm not interested in that, you know. Her forehead creases. Helping people. These people in trouble, I welcome them, I listen to them, I give them a moment's peace. Some spend a single night, others stay for a month. Most of my guests don't stay long. They leave as soon as they're back on their feet. As soon as they have found housing. As soon as they work out whatever caused them to leave home in the first place. You smile. There's actually room actually. I have never been full, and that's what I come to see you about. You and I, we're on the same wavelength. We're working for the common good. Her forehead creases again like a crumbled sheet. I may be wrong, of course, am I? Good. Here are my rules or request if you rather. Rule number 1. You can mention my place to anyone you think may be in need of help. Once you drop them off, I ask them in, I talk to them, I take care of them. You're free to go. Don't need to worry about me. I have my own security staff. Your passenger gives her arm a pat if she had a holster under her shirt. Your gaze locks with hers. She flashes you a meaningful smile as you were in the know. Rule number 2. If someone specifically asks you to bring them to my place, don't do it. Some of my guests are being pursued, hunted, and it will be a shame to let the wolf into the sheepfold. A bright smile from the backsmith, you can feel her warmth, the scent of your passenger's perfume, orange blossom, simple still hangs in the air. A pause, she's watching you intently. You pull over to the spot where you picked her up. Now I'm going to ask you once and for all. Do you want to help me? A simple yes or no will do. If it's a no, well then I have to find someone else. I have a question. No questions asked. What do you say? Yes would be better because a smile lights up your rare achievement. You accept Carolina's offer. A smile lights up your passenger's face. Here is my card. Good night, try to stay warm. Ivan sits down in nearby side street. You sit here for a moment. Business card in hand. And you start the gap, small smile. A slow smile spreads over your face. Yeah, take. I think this old man. Wow. Should I pick up? I think it's this old man. Accept Francois Delaner. Neri. You immediately recognize the next passenger getting in your taxi. Is he a writer, I think? The publisher or media? Oh, you are not recognized. You never watch television, rarely listen to the radio, you don't read the newspaper, and yet you know Francois Delaneyre's face. Polemicist, novelist, columnist, politician too, you think? Your passenger distractedly gives you his address. You start driving. Are you bothered by all these protest matches? His question washes over you. You forgot that during the day people are holding protests. I work nights. Francois. He doesn't know how to follow up. A moment goes by before he helps. See. There's not much chance they'd come to protest at 3 a.m., eh? It's not really surprising. Actually, they want to make change, but only when it's convenient. Not during vacations, not on weekends, not at night. They make fun of us in other countries. France, the land of strikes, a land of protests, marches. This country filled with jackasses and slackers. But they protest. Before you can get the slightest word in edgewise, he starts in again. Take the United States for example, they have no right to strike. It's do or die. Flies from his mouth and disappears somewhere on the back seat. And they didn't become the most powerful country in the world by going on strike all the time. He snickers his note, appears in his hand and begins strike, protest, and rust. While businessmen and manufacturers are working around the clock, French people should be ashamed. Take a look in the mirror and decide to change, to do something. They expect too much from life. They want to have their cake and eat it too, but bite off more than they can chew. Both comes to form the corners of his mouth. And meanwhile, the world keeps turning. While strikers twiddle their thumbs, workers are working. No struggling to get the job done, that's better. Idiotic protest marches. The Frenchest thing and the stupidest. You have to look at the masses in the eye and say, you don't own the streets. You shall not wield them like weapons. He suddenly raises his eyes and looks at you. They are unfocused and his complexion deathly pale. Are you okay? Your passenger's case wanders somewhere beyond the windshield. I just remembered that. I once marched it. Just came back to my life an old childhood memory. I can see it clearly from Versailles to Paris. I can picture the banners, the songs, and the people's faces. There were so many of us. We got up at dawn, thousands of us, and me marched toward the capital. Our pure and wholesome voices rose up. His voice shakes a bit. What were you marching for? It was a cry from the heart of the right for high quality religious education. While France was being crushed by the weight of socialism. We were being ideologically purged, completely decimated. It was the end of parochial schools. The end of our culture as we knew it. His voice trembles. Yes, we won. So protesting is okay then? We weren't being heard, we weren't being respected. Perhaps you are right. Single finger interrupts the conversation. But we didn't go on strike. We didn't bother anyone with our bans to our gatherings. And yet we still won. Yes, contentedly as you pull the taxi up along the sidewalk. Those were the days. It was a great time. The left was running the country. He leans in towards you like he's about to tell you a secret with a smirk on his face. And I mean the real left, eh? He paces and gets out of the car. You can hear him talking to himself as he walks toward the front door of his building. What a lovely night. Good luck to you tomorrow with all these protests. Much as it's going to be a messy one. He's gone before you have the time to remind him you only work nights. You notice a newspaper on the back seat. Your last passenger must have left it behind on the one before. Grab it and put it away. Would come in hand. You start driving. Didn't give any tips. What a stingy guy. The door suddenly opens and the woman gets into the back seat. Having a good night? Un etiole. For a second you freeze. It's one of the cops working on the judge's case. She grins at you, her voice creaks. You remember seeing her at the hospital? Something already bothered you before about her there. You know, it's actually pretty crazy for weeks. I've been saying to myself, there's something off about you, something not so nice. I take around Maldito or Bagdal if I comes about it. Because I was sure you lied to us. Let her keep going. She has a cold sneer on her face. I'm going to France with you. Millions of you. I don't think you're the judge now. I just can't picture it. She seems like she's trying to make you out far from. Like you'd have gone to the extent of hurting yourself. Yeah, between us it's a bit of a stretch. He stares at you. But not enough of a stretch for my chief to stop going on and on about you. Seriously, he talks about you all the time. If I didn't know better, I'd think he had a crush on you. She smirks. No. I think he is more interested in your profile in prison at 17. An icy chill feels your gut. And for murder too. You open your mouth but nothing comes out. Since you got out, you kept a low profile, but you were lying about the neon. And your address I checked. It's normal, you'd say, but they get word out. If they get word of your time served, no loan for your permit, no lease for your car. She's threatening me, I think. Meaning no second chance at life. Her voice becomes softer, almost firm. I personally like guys who want a second chance. No, I like guys who fight for a second chance. Basically, I like guys who are willing to work for me. She leans forward, her shining cat-like eyes narrowing. My chief wants to go to the prosecutor with the first and last name with evidence. Actually, knowing him, he's not so hot on evidence. But I'll give you info, victims, suspects, medical reports, some photos that are a bit. She makes a gag noise. You have to be discreet. Keep it between you and me. Interrogate, ask questions, dig around. Yeah, I'm not a cop. Don't worry, you're already keener than half the squad. And don't forget, I'm not asking you to make an arrest and deliver the killer wrapped up in a bow in front of the situation, okay? You're no Batman. You're just here to get me more information. She rummages around in her pockets for what seems like forever. Here, take my card. I'll call you in 3-4 days just to check in, we'll chat. And I'll let you know if I have any new info. She gives an didactic, paternalistic tone, like she was on giving you a list of recommendations for the 100th time. Don't get caught, don't get arrested. Also, I wouldn't recommend trying to leave Paris. I know what you look like and I know who your friends are. You can either be the solution or the problem, my friend. She takes a minute to scan your face, your emotions. If I have to, I'll go check in On you know who. Her smile is biting. That reminds me, she know you have done time. You shake your head, she snickers. Oh, my little dirtbag, you cover your tracks well. I did what I could. If you say so. He sighs in a tired, exaggerated way. Don't try to mess with you, man. If things don't go well, I'll turn you in. I'll send your picture to all my friends in the media and every asshole in Paris. Picture with your name on it, your real name. Anyone close to you will have their places searched. They'll be put under house arrests and nights in jail. You have any idea how tense things are with that fucker's trial underway? You sigh. You knew just what she's trying to get at. Come to think of it, your last names are almost the same. Could be brothers actually. Ah, she smiles. Let me tell you, with that face of yours and your handle, they'll welcome you with open arms. I know we have no right. He takes on a serious tone, businesslike. I want to catch this kill personally, I want to drag him to the court, ruin his fucking life with a bang. I can watch this case, you got me, and neither can you, right? Obviously. Well, good then, we see eye to eye. So you can just say you're my informant, my CI. He ripped open your gut. You saw your own insights. You were in a coma, yeah? You have plenty of reason to want to get back at it. Shiforo says, bro. I think you're actually going to do what I tell you to do. You investigate, ask questions, listen to all the rumors. You come up with a list of suspects. She lays her hand on the door, hand and freezes. Alright, and don't get fired. Without this cap, you're worth nothing to me. You glare at her. Yeah, whatever, if that makes you feel better. She puts her hand up and you can the words behind it. The conversation never happened. I'll make sure you get more intel tomorrow if I'll find you a way. Until then, not a word to anyone, obviously, not a word. The door opens, squeaks and slams shut. You sit alone for once, teeth clenched, dry-eyed, ears buzzing. Shit. On the backseat, the cop left a pile of papers. Shit. Key in the ignition, motor running. Radio on crackles, you turn it off and start driving. Talking to passengers might unlock new documents, closer investigation, and you'll find them back at your studio after your shift. On the wall, you hung up the big corkboard where you used to pin the photos of your nephews. So what do you do now? Next, steps in the hallway, they stop in front of your door, then move away. You sign, get to work. Autopsy report, victim 3, victim 4. Three clues discovered, killer case. Description given guy, Busset. Dossier. Picture of crime scene 1. Alright, let's get on to work. Message on the crime scene 1, justice. Killer left the message in chalk on first 3 crime scenes. Oh, it is justice, right? Crime scene. He is the Salim. Wadian is the first crime. Is he the suspect? Oh, these are all suspects, I think. Where are the victims? Okay, killer height less than 1 meter 70 centimeters, I think. Death execution. Killer height approximately less than 1 meter 80. So killer height is now we detected that killer height is 1 meter 70 centimeters less than 1 meter 70 centimeters. That is execution. He is executing his victims. Weapon rare gun used in the 70s. Killer knew the victims or researched them. So he researched them, what their moves and everything. He researched. Message on crime scene 3, time is up. Oh. Message on crime scene 1, justice. Message on crime scene 3, time is up. Message on crime scene 2, you deserve this. Time is up means, is he the old victim? No, Claudia Campos. He is a second victim. Victims killed with 1 bullet in the neck. Oh, homeless man with unknown background. Okay. He was killed. So killer is used a rare gun used in the 70s. Killer second victim. So all the victims are killed with 1 bullet in the neck. So not just 1 victim. Killer used a rare gun. His height is approximately less than 1 meter 70 centimeters. They are all executed by the killer. Killer knew the victims. Message on crime scene 3. Time is up. So judge justice. Do you deserve this? Time is up. Alright. Let's investigate the suspects. Salim Wadjan, height 1 meter 75, well-known lawyer from Saint Juan, defender of the Doar case, defender of several molested kids in poor neighborhood. Was a promising football player when he was 10. Oh, this is victim 1, I think. This is victim 2. Homeless man with an unknown background briefly worked for Charles Bougrain. Victim 2. Oh, these are all suspects. In 90s, got health issue after Victorian health scandal. A couple of arrests for breaking and entering. He's the. I think he's a good guy, but I don't know. He may be the bad guy because he defended several molested kids in poor neighborhoods. He defended molested kids. He worked for the victim too. Medical examiner in Paris. Claudia Campos escaped from Argentina when she was young. Lost her parents and to the Argentinian junta. The process. She's a medical examiner. Maybe she examined the bodies. Crime scene 3. Who is the victim? Third victim. Paul Marie Fragonard, height 1 meter 69, retired cop, joined the police in 1977, divorced from a judge. Born in French Antilles, moved to mainland France in 1976. Pierrot Bettes, height 1 meter 70, cop in Paris. Dad was a cop, financial affairs, died 2 years ago. Mom got health issues after Victorian health scandal. Gay in a relationship, never disclosed his information network. He's a cop. He's a retired cop. She's a medical examiner. He's a homeless man. And he's a lawyer. Great. And night. With a heavy hand, you wipe your tired face. You pull open the sofa bed, which unfolds with an unpleasant creak. You collapse onto the mattress. The events of the day run through your head. The streets, the passengers, their faces, their problems. You open one eye. The back aches, you like to close your eyes and go back to sleep. You get up quickly, and a few minutes later, you're outside of the studio. Night 2. There's actually a lot of time left. What is this? Actually, what is this? Is this I symbol there? It is actually petrol bunk. It's also a petrol bunk. There's a cat here. I don't know what the cat is. You can go towards that, or we can rescue the cat. I think cat is the better option. Kuroki. Distant 1.91 kilometers. Accept. You pull up the side out and wait for your passenger. Since it looks like a no-show, you get out of the cab for a minute or two to smoke a cigarette. Then there's not much going on in this small town in the suburbs. There are a few apartments that still have lights on. A sweet scent hangs in the air. Eventually, you stub out your cigarette and get back into the car. Cab. Oh, you jump startled. A cat has managed to slip into the cab. I'm sitting on the back seat staring at you intently. You sit there for a moment and consider whether or not to shoot away. It's fitting. But just as you are about to wave your hand, the cat shifts its positions and a slip of paper falls from its collar. Pick up the paper. You pick the piece of paper and unfold it. A fragment of a map of Paris, the Saint Lazare train station. You turn your eyes slowly to the cat. He seems to be expecting an answer. Are you going somewhere? The cat tilts its head to the side as if to say yes. You want to go to Saint Lazare? The cat tilts its head again. Are you a dog? The cat slowly nods its head. No, your hands clutch the wheel tightly. What the hell is going on? Well, an understanding cat, right? You turn around to face the cat. Okay, fine, I'll take you. You let out a sigh. Okay, fine. You start talking to yourself in low tones as if to balance the conversation. Normally, this is all perfectly normal. You start the cab but catch a glance at the cat behind you. You're the one who ordered the cab. You start to laugh. Few minutes go by, you try to break the ice. Simple questions are probably best. Everything okay? Either a yes or no, more of a plaintive meow. Are you running away from someone? Are you going on vacation? Are you meeting someone? Answer cat. Your Honor. Again a long melancholic meow. You nod your head. What happened? Was it a man? Answer. A woman? Was she mean to you? The cat seems to be uncertain. She had other cats? Oh, that's not it. You're independent. You like to be alone, right? Your Honor is overly affectionate. This might be that. A cat lets out a string of instant meows. Oh, chuche, that's it. He's too affectionate and that's why you're running away. Cat is watching you with a steady eye. You're sure you're on the right track. You have to be careful with people like that. They suffocate you before you even know it. You nod your head. But you ran away. I meet lots of people like you. You stop short. You're just a cat. You roll your eyes behind you. The cat lets out a quiet reassuring meow. Go on. What I mean is, well, we don't even know we are in a cage. If we are not to think about it, we are never fully aware of it. You look at the cat. I must be crazy. I am talking to you. You shake your head. You point to a light in the distance. That's Saint Lazare. We'll be there soon. A few hours later, you stop at the drop off area in front of the station. The first train doesn't leave for another hour. Where are you going? Cat stares at you without making noise. Let me guess. Saint Lazare? If you are going to the suburbs of Paris, you wouldn't have needed to come into town. So somewhere in the northwest of France. Normandy, Brittany, I don't know. Normandy? Somewhere by the sea, huh? Oh, I am right. I was right. The cat is looking at you and meows a sharp sound, probably yes, a very hungry yes. For the fish, I guess. You take the time on the dashboard. It's time to go to get a real customer. You try not to think too much about the situation you're in, and you hope that no one sees you talking to a cat. Go on. I'll just start saying the name of cities and you meow when I hit the right one. You start to list cities in Normandy. The cat doesn't move a muscle. Cherbourg. Cat looks up. So it's Cherbourg. Getting close. Saint Malo. Still nothing. I got it. You will. A meow of delight. You're smiling too. All of a sudden you're exhausted. Okay, come on. Time to say goodbye. You get out of the cab and open the back door. The bill has appeared to the state next to the cat. It is enough for the fare and more. Yeah, well, you're full of surprises, aren't you? I won't ask you where it came from. You smile and lean over to pet the cat. It leaps out the car and darts between your legs. You can just make out its shape dashing up a flight of stairs and slipping between the bars of gate. You get back in the car. You drove Kroki to St. Lazarus station. An achievement. You look at yourself in the rear view mirror. Your features are heavy with fatigue. Your right eyelid is twitching. As you start the car, you remember you are allergic to cats, but you haven't sneezed once. You pull out of the station. Great. How much it is left? Is it left? Yeah. Time to pick up another one. Who is this? I want to pick up him. On your right, the door to a nightclub. The music makes your window shake. Your heart goes. Oh, it is the embassy. Yes, it seems so cold to have contact so excessive. The guy is one of your regular poker buddies, a night watchman at the embassy. You get out of your taxi and walk towards the big metal gate. Clean lines, early 20th century, maybe lots of wrought iron. The gate opens and someone moves toward you. They indicate you should follow them. The person's face is hidden by an oversized hoodie. I guess it's safe. Your heart starts beating faster. What if it was? Who are you? It's me, Jamie. You're David's buddy. You immediately recognize his accent. You don't feel like you're in danger and decide to follow him. You walk into a narrow covered passageway, probably the entrance to a parking garage. The man turns around and lights up a cigarette. The lighter lights up his face for a second. A young man with a curly hair, pale skin. He looks young, very young. That'll be 250 euros. For the Intel? Is he? Is it for the Intel? Yeah, for the Intel. What do you think this was a date? One information and got already sure. It'll cost you 250 euros. Let me bargain. Let's bargain. His hands in front of his chest, his accent becomes stronger. No, it's just 250 euros or nothing. Someone learns I fished around, I'll fire me on the spot. Eh? For that price, you hope the intel is good, you pay. It's enough, because I'm not gonna say it twice. Rhodesia is definitely colonel from the junta, one of the few who wasn't arrested and put on trial. He's responsible for tossing dozens of political opponents. He tortured and killed them. You know, we don't like him much here, but the rich Argentinians and Paris love him. They really suspect him. They really respect him. Respected him? The difference doesn't seem important to him. Yeah, if it makes you happy. He looks back at you. There's one last thing. I read in newspaper that the killer wrote a message in chalk, "Time's up." It was a slogan at the end of Junta. Sort of watchword from the opponents. It was time for them to go. You get it? You nod. A second later, you're back on your taxi with a hole in your wallet, but with new information on one of the victims. If you follow this lead, maybe your investigation will move forward. You start the car and get back to your shift. Alright. I don't understand a bit of it, but I assume I got something out of it. Who is Grodish here? I think he's connected with the murders. I think so, but I don't know so. Alright, which one should I pick up? So that guy is an informer. I think he's an informer, but I don't know exactly. I think I will go to this guy. Excuse me. Alright, 3.6 kilometers. Accept. I missed the last train. I'm going to San Juan. I don't know. You pull up to the sidewalk to pick up the passenger who ordered a cab. You can just make him out surrounded by 5 or 6 cops. An all too familiar scene. Every so often, the low, ominous tones of an officer's voice makes it to your ear. What? I don't know. Cops. He gives you his address and you start the car. The passenger stares out the window at the passing road as if to calm himself. Because I think cops are asking questions regarding something or about a murder. Maybe you can get information from him. I think I can get some information from this guy. I don't know. We took a quick look in the rear view mirror. Everything alright? Yeah, I think we need to ask him that. Yeah, sure. You afraid to lay a finger on us nowadays? Don't want to get blown up. An ironic's half mile appears on his face and immediately disappears. He knows a bad joke when he hears one. But a fucking pain in the ass. Can't go out without getting screwed by each and every one of those sons. Oh, dashes. If you're not wearing a goddamn beret, if you happen to be wearing sweatpants, then yeah, right, you're fucking hood. He smirks wearily, then raises his voice inactive. Your papers, please. His voice gone back to normal. Yeah, sure. So you want to cock up your the buddy. Always the same old thing, isn't it? The passenger looks at you and lets out a bitter laugh. You can say that again. Even the Arab streets are like sheep when they're wearing a uniform. Slow my spreads over his face. And you know what's worse? Pulls out a paperback out of his pocket. This is also an achievement. He pulls out a paperbacks out of his jacket pocket. The Count of Monte Cristo by Alexandre Dumas. They wouldn't believe it was my book. So he was Alexander Dumas? He returns it to his pocket right away. For a second, you wonder if you imagined it. First thing they asked me was where I had stolen it. You know, like there was no way I could own a book. Then the bosses took the book and flipped through it every single page to make sure I wasn't hiding anything like hash or some other He flinches, something in his features breaks, a crack has appeared. He's trying to not show it, but you see what's going on. You can't help it. The humiliation, the sense of shame. It's just a book. Do you like it? He looks up. Yeah, it's kind of like a revenge story, like all the Hollywood movies we download, so we don't have to pay for a ticket. Except that it takes place 200 years ago. And yeah, it's good. It really sucks that what happens to the hero guy, and he spends the whole book planning his revenge big time. The guy is pretty messed up. He catches your eye in the rear view mirror. He realizes he's not all worked up anymore. It's my girlfriend who gave it to me. Smile, she likes too much. What else did she recommend? Maybe Smile. Well, believe me, man, it was pretty rough night first. But she got me to read this book, Pride and something, or other some English book, Pride and Prejudice. Yeah, that's it. You read it too? I saw the movie long time ago. Was they made a movie? Shit, I should have watched it. I didn't get through the whole thing, but she didn't mind. After she got me to read something by Balzac, and after the Count of Monte Cristo, she really wants me to read this book. He rolls his eyes. By some Belgian woman, I think. You shrug. Who my girlfriend says wrote a book about this Roman emperor and his boyfriend that it's really amazing. He laughs to himself. I better not get caught by the cops with that one in my pocket. Or by my friends for that matter. He looks up, his eyes shining. She forced me a little, and I realized that Monte Cristo, he's one of us. I mean, his story, it's a lot like what goes on today. But I introduced her to new stuff too. There are these texts, rap lyrics that she really likes. You should see her putting on a show and all, but the truth is, she actually likes it. It's the same thing with reading, right? I mean, it had to be properly explained to me. I had to want to try it, and that was it, man. I was on my way. He looks down. Something seems to be bothering him. The only thing is, my girlfriend, she's a cop. Pretty weird, huh? She's 37. She gets me to read books for rich people, and she works for the local police. She gestures vaguely towards someplace behind him. I was just at her place now. Man, she is one hell of a woman. She drives me crazy. He doesn't finish his sentence. You pull up at the address given by your fare. He lets out a sigh. Man, I don't know why the hell I just told you all that. No worries. I must be a real bummer, all these guys telling you their life stories. The passenger passes you the money for the ride. I have to go, I punch in early tomorrow. He pauses, eyeing the time on the radio's LCD display. Or later on, I should say, a moment later, he vanishes into the night. Profits. Who's this guy? Can't see his face. Oh. City is so much more than it seems. I think I will go to this guy. 5.9 kilometers, fare 20. 20 eurons. Accept. You pull up the next to the sidewalk, a few meters from an abandoned warehouse. No sign of your passenger. You wait a minute, staring at the meter. You really don't feel like wasting your time on people who. You hear a window break on the second floor of the warehouse. A body falls heavily to the sidewalk. You lay your hand on the door handle when a man dressed entirely in black jumps out of the window and lands on the body. He stands up, takes a few steps over to your cab. Maybe. What about the body? Are you the cab I ordered? You nod your head very, very slowly. Super, I'm the one you are waiting for. Be right there. He turns around, places his finger on the neck of an inanimate body, takes his pulse. He comes back over, opens the door, and jumps into the back seat. Wow, you can start driving newly. Please. You follow orders without a second thought. In back, your passenger smells of sweat and gunpowder. He's been running, maybe been in a fight, maybe. Probably. His muscles bulge in rhythm with his heart, which is racing. Good evening. Very good, yeah. Smells or tries to. You can see blood on his otherwise impeccably white teeth. I screwed up a little, but all in all, it was a good evening. You? Yes. Okay, alright, come on, let's talk about the elephant in the room. You're on to me and you know it. I'm the masked joker. Silence. You squint to get a closer look at you personally. Masked joker, the hero that makes Parisian nights more peaceful. No? So shake your head. Nope, doesn't ring a bell. He just blasted him. I'm all over Twitter, so probably on the radio and in newspapers, I think. The masked joker. Yes, the masked joker. I think it sounds good. You bite the inside of your cheek. See, I wanted something that wasn't too. He searches for the right word, beats around the bush, and eventually comes out with problematic. I did a lot of brainstorming and come up with the masked joker. I haven't gotten great feedback, but it's hard these days to find a name everyone likes. You have to make sacrifices if you want your core business to succeed. What business are you talking about? Core business? That's what they tell us at school anyway. At school? Yes, and Ian K. He freezes. Shit, almost gave the name of my business school. What an idiot. Can you imagine if Bruce Wayne went around telling everyone he was Bruce Wayne? Bruce Wayne? No, Batman. If Batman went around telling everyone he was Bruce Wayne, I'm getting all mixed up. He touches his sides for a while like he is looking for a wound. You're getting close to your destination. Not as close. I think I'm hurt. You want me to take you to the hospital? You learn from your big mistakes. You're going to be alright. What should I pick? Learn from your mistake. Okay, I broke something. I'm sure of it. Oh fuck, that hurts. We're going to the hospital. No, no, I'm fine. I shouldn't have jumped out of window like that. But you are already coming down the street and I didn't want to make you wait. Smile. Hello, right there in the front of the driveway. You obey? Don't worry. It's it's just a flesh wound. I'll be home in 2 minutes and I have everything I need to take care of myself. He pays and struggles to get out of the cab. One last thing. One last thing. Please don't say anything about Ian Kid. He told me everything. What is Ian Kid? I'm trying to lead a double life and it's not super easy. Ian Kid? uh, Ian Kid? My business school. He he just told me. Oh, I just got it. You're playing along. Okay, great. He looks at you for a minute. You're really a classy guy. Walks away, limping. You watch him as he tries several times to enter his building code before heading inside finally. As you go to start the engine, you notice a few drops of blood on your fingers. From bills your passenger handed you. Wow. I should have taken him to the hospital. Alright. I picked over 2 or 3 men. Now I'll pick a woman. Metro Victor Hugo, please. 5.22 kilometers, 17 eurons. A passenger gets in the cab and gives her address. Her voice is muted, far away. She's not talking to me. We start up the cab. She appears rather meek, subdued, like she's about to fade away. You look up at her. She returns your gaze, but she is not there. It's as if you weren't looking at an actual person, but at a silhouette instead, in the shape of a human being. Would you like some music? Everything alright? Nice evening, isn't it? I'm not trying to flirt with her. It will be like very professional. Everything alright? I'm a counselor here. I'm a cab counselor. So I will ask her this question. Your question surprises her. Yes, I'm fine, thank you. Oh no. Red flag, red flag. Her eyes in the rearview mirror tell another story. Music? She pauses. I don't know if you want. She breaks up again. What kind of music do you have? Whatever is on the radio. I never listen to the radio. I don't really know what's any good. Maybe. She seemed to be weighing her options. Classical, jazz, rock, African, I think. Jazz, rock. She seems to like classical. I think jazz. I look at her for a moment or two, clearly surprised. Jazz. She hesitates, thinks it over, and nods at last. You press the search button for a jazz station, eventually find one. A droning trumpet getting all worked up, accompanied by drums and the bass. You never really understood jazz. It's funny. Music like that is so impenetrable. Would you like me to change stations? No, it's fine. Really, I like it. My thesis supervisor listens to a lot of jazz. With time, I began to like it too. Your thesis? Yes. Not another word. She turns her head slightly as if thinking about something unpleasant. What's the subject? The progressive nuns of Rance Abbey at the dawn of the industrial era. The air in the camp seems icy. I didn't quite get that. It's a thesis on nuns who introduced quasi industrial protection regulations at a time when the rest of the Europe says it's deadly boring, a subject that no one's interested in. My thesis supervisor, for a start, my parents, my ex, and worst of all, even me. She stares at you. The subject is a trap, it's never been explored, and it informs our perception of women in the 18th century. But no one is interested in it. That's how it goes. I got used to my thesis to the subject. Doctoral theses are really interesting, but mine, I think I hit rock bottom. You shouldn't say that. This is a useful subject, isn't it? I don't need Jupiter. Wow. Which is the path I'm on? I'm entirely accountable to it. But I'm the one who chose my thesis. Me and no one else. To be honest, it will no doubt be the only thing that remains of me when I die. Again, I need to do this. She shrugs. You're right, there's nothing more to be said on the subject. A weary smile tugs at the corner of her mouth as if she enjoys the thought of seeing loathsome people suffer. My parents think. Her voice falters, she's unable to go on. It takes her a few seconds to pluck up the courage to speak again. My parents think I made a mess of my life, I know they do. They haven't said so, of course. They are there for me, they help me, but deep down they know it's too late. The jazz number on the radio has become distinctly more aggressive, more dissonant. You briefly consider turning down the volume, then changed your mind. I'm 28, I'm doing doctoral thesis on 18th century nuns. My brothers went to top business schools and earned MBAs. They married and have children. And me, I'm compiling pages and pages of information about nuns. You pull up the passenger address, an opulent looking building in the 16th and regiment. Yeah, the young woman is perfectly still, seemingly paralyzed. She looks up and suddenly seems to realize where she is. Sorry. Her voice is faint, almost inaudible. She hands you the fare, then exits the cab without a word. A moment later, she is walking away, heading towards her building. You sit there a moment longer, then start up the cab. Story is somewhat relatable to some people, right? You mean the PhD? A lot of people are doing PhDs and they're so depressed about those things because about the thesis they are really stressed and very anxious. It's very hard on them, the subjects they pick. You sit there a moment longer, then start up the cab. I don't know. I didn't cheer her up. I just made her more miserable, I think. Alright. I'm going to this guy. You look up an office tower somewhere high up. Denise Petite Jean. The plain Saint Denis, please. Yeah, accept. Your passenger climbs into the cab and slams the door shut behind him. He looks like the owner of the cab, right? Somewhat. Good evening. Plain Saint Denis, please. He, he stops short, visibly sizing you up. Do you know where it is? In Ordness Avenue does magazines Xerox, so you know the street? Yes, sure. He looks at you intently. We know all the streets of Paris? His question drips with disbelief. You know his kind well, the sort who'd refer to you as the Arab and not bat an eyelid. Yes, I do, monsieur. He seems hesitant. Well then, let's go. You start the cab. Your client stares out the window as if hypnotized. You watch him in the rear view mirror. His face is familiar to you, his accent too, though you would never be able to place it. Typical of some rural regions, central France perhaps. You take another look. That's it, you got it. He was a contestant on one of those reality shows where farmers meet women. You'd seen him on the show a few weeks before. You'd watched it from your hospital bed with a distracted eye. So he watched him from the hospital bed where you are admitted when you are beaten up or when you are attacked by the serial killer. Yeah. But something about it had bothered you. The show was a masquerade life in the country seen from a very Parisian and cynical perspective. Full of scorn and contempt. Okay, then you figured out who I am. His remark and his accent bring you back to the present. Sorry. You have recognized me, right? So you can make fun of me now. Make fun of you? He shrugs. Yeah, like all those other people do out there on that tweeny tweety thing. Yeah, Twitter. Tweety, it takes you a second to realize he's talking about social media. I don't know what you mean by that. Make fun of you. Well, go on, go have a good laugh. It's free to rewrite. Why shouldn't you? Have a good laugh at my expense. That's all I'm good for, right? His eye meets yours, his voice faltering, his sighs heavily, then shakes his shoulders. He goes on staring at you for a while, then seems to calm down. Sorry. He shakes his head, obviously moved. His shell is starting to crack. It's a living hell. Imagine what I'm going through. It's a nightmare. 3 months ago, I was a contestant on that stupid show, Fields of Love. Well, I said yes because my wife's been dead for 25 years. I've been all alone ever since. Just me and cows and udders. He stops and shrugs. The show was aired like a month ago. At first, things were fine. Friends called, we had a good laugh and all. And then I find out the internet is laughing at me too. There are those things, I can't remember that what they are called. Moms, memes. You know, those pictures that move all by themselves on the damn internet. Memes. You have no idea what he is talking about. So I made myself a Twitter account to go and see what they're saying about me. Calling me a virgin and a Nazi, that I screw my cows too. He looks away as if someone else had spoken the words. They practically die laughing, a farmer who he doesn't want to finish the sentence. He's in pain, I think. So yesterday I said I'd had it. I called my cousin to keep an eye on my farm and I left for Paris. I'm on my I'm on my way to see those TV jokers right now. 6 months ago, they said if there was any problem whatsoever, they'd take care of it. Well, there is a problem. His anger had subsided somewhat. His face is returning to its normal color. What do you think they're going to do? What's your plan? That's awful. That's the way it goes nowadays. If it says that he's sympathizing these days, that's the way it goes. It's the reality. What's your plan? He's asking what's the plan was. What do you think they're going to do? What's your plan? It's a good option. That's awful. You can sympathize with him. That's the way it goes nowadays. You can say the reality. It's that. What's your plan? I think. Yes, I have a plan. I'm going to show up at their office and raise Cain until they listen to me. Really going to do that? Yeah, that's the plan. He gives an energetic nod of the head. And believe me, they're going to listen. I may be just a plain old farmer, but nobody's gonna disrespect me. He squares his shoulders as if to fend off the attacks. Forget it. His eyes half closed, he practically growls the words. There is a palpable air of sadness about him. At first I told him I didn't want to be on the stupid old show. It wasn't for me. But they insisted. They showed me pictures of the woman. He lowers his eyes. And then, well, I said yes. Should never have said yes. You pull up the address he gave you. The studio gates are still closed. You park the cab and cut the engine. Is it closed? You note yes. It doesn't open until 6. You point to a sign near the gates. He sighed. But there'll be hardly anyone here before 9 or 10 o'clock. I don't care. I'll wait. He rummages through his pockets and pulls out a wallet. What are you going to ask them? I want them to apologize on TV during the show in front of everyone. To talk about all the things they changed, all the bits of sentences they cut up and put back together. He fixes his gaze on you, his eyes narrow. You know, I'm not racist. His voice is low and raspy. Don't believe the show, I didn't mean what I said, and I didn't really say that stuff either. They always do that. What exactly did you say? It doesn't matter. Always do that. What exactly did you say? It doesn't matter. Yeah, they always do that. Notes. Well, them media, they distort everything. They change things. Things are more. He's searching for the right word. It's no use. His hands are shaking. Oh well. He fixes his gaze on you, visibly moved. I'm not very good at this. He chokes up, gesturing with a hand as if to make it all disappear. When he starts up again, he's on the verge of tears. Anyhow, I'll just wait here until it opens. The passenger pays for the fare and exits the cab. You watch him for a minute as he starts his vigil in front of the gates. You notice a newspaper on the back seat. Your last passenger must have left it behind, or the one before. You grab you grab it and put it away. There's something. There might be something here. You should have taken it and checked it. Would come in handy. Then you start the cab. It's back to the grind. Oh, he gave me more tip. What is this? Is it a monkey? I think it's a monkey. Let's go to the monkey. Three teens are running on the sidewalk to the left of you. They all. Hugo Delany Gambetta. Is it really a monkey? Oh shit, man. It looks like a monkey. Or is he wearing a monkey costume? Your next passenger is holding a bow which he inadvertently pokes in his eye while getting into a taxi. He leaps into the back seat and looks at you with a lost expression on his face. I'm supposed to be at the Gambetta bus station in less than 15 minutes. Your seat belt. You run the first red light you come across. With a little luck, you'll get this kid to his bus. You see him moping behind you. Oh, he's a kid. Shit. Was it really that hard to be on time, bro? You shit stain. You can't miss this bus. You just can't, man. Everything okay? Yeah, okay, this might sound a little crazy, but what do you think of my Gravita outfit? Is he not a monkey? What outfit is this? Gravia? Yeah, it's a race in a game. The bow, the helmet, the armor, all that shit. Oh, it's a helmet. It's not something else. It's not a costume, it's a helmet, it's armor. It's very nice. I think it's very nice. Nice, yeah, okay. Yeah, but do you think it's lit? Yeah, it's very interesting. Interesting, I don't want interesting. It's a heavily and droops, he said. Shit, all this for a chick. Oh, I'm so into her. It's for a girl. I'm so into her. I even started playing her favorite game, Lost Legend 5, to make her like me, but I look like a moron. He looks at the time on the meter. Chill out, man. You ever done anything like this for a chick? Oh yeah, I definitely did some stupid stuff. Much stupider than dressing up. It's not dressing up, it's a cosplay. He turns his bow cover. This cosplay is for a convention? Yeah, in Belgium. There'll be thousands of cosplayers. It's pretty legit. Will there be lots of graviers? Gravias. Oh no, I don't think so. They're popular, but the costume is daring. You've got to flash your abs at everyone all weekend. Good luck with that. Yeah, I'm sure it'll be fine. Good luck with that. You really think so? Yeah, well, it's daring. Plus, if you're the only one dressed like that, he takes a minute to think. You're so totally right. How could she not into me? You park in front of the bus station. Your passenger hands you a bill to pay his fare. Keep the change. I've always wanted to say that. Good luck with the gravia thing. It's gravia. Gravia. Yeah, thanks, man. A second later, he's running for his bus, his bow slung across his back. Yeah, it's good. Take the tip. Enjoy the gravia. Who is he? You know, you now know more about your clients. Check the Pasidex menu for details. Profits. Start balance. So I lost some money. Profits. Night 2. Leonie doesn't need your pity. You played Leonie's jazz. You have met Dennis. Dennis knew you'd recognize him. But I don't recognize him because I never listened to the radio or saw a TV. Maybe he saw it. You have met Hugo. You cheered Hugo up. Okay, it's today I lost some money. I too. At the foot of your front door, just behind the drain pipe, you notice an envelope. It's thick and heavy. You can just make out your name written in this black marker on the front. Your real name. You take a deep breath and go inside. In the envelope, you find more information, just as Buse promised. 4 clues discovered. Can I do anything besides this stuff? I think next. Steps in the hallway, they stop in front of your door, then move away. It's time to get moving on to your investigation. Right. Excuse me. Well, let's go. Given Buse, police report victim 2. Victim 1. Victim 1, I think we should take this. Victim 2. Not enough time.
Is it? There is a time limit here? Claudia Campos, medical examiner in Paris, escaped from Argentina. She was young. Victim 3, known to have tortured prisoners. So, victim 3 tortured prisoners. Message on the crime scene. The process. Oh. Link to the process. Time is up. Colonel of the junta, the process. Is this woman colonel? No, she's a medical examiner in Paris. Hmm. Victim 2, stolen wallet. You deserve this. Alright. Killer site. Killer site. Killer site may be less than 1 meter 77. It's 50, 75, 70, 79, C 69, 70. So maybe he is the. Wait a minute, what is this? Air gun used in 70. Cop 2. We can move this stuff. So death. Killer site is less than 81 meter, 1 meter 70, but a killer site is 1 meter 70 less. I think he is the killer. Maybe he will be. I think he will be. Victim 3, colonel of junta, the process. Who is victim 2? What the? Killer's height greater than 1 meter 80 centimeters. There's no one connected to this. Killer fought with victim 1. He opened one eye.
a second there, you hope the evidence board was just a dream too, but you can make it out in the shadows. You get up quickly, and after a few minutes later, you're outside of the studio. Night 3. Maybe I need to look up this. Somewhere in one of the buildings around you, a dog is barking up a storm. What happened? You park your taxi across from the stadium, just a few meters from the two-story building. It's an old brick place that clashes with a huge concrete behemoth that is Charlotte Stadium. You get out of the car and walk to the front door. You knock. You wait a few minutes, lights come on, and the door finally opens. Marco appears. Marco is a former taxi driver, a strange guy, a bit spacey and different. He's been working at the stadium for a few years now. Well, shit, you're still alive. That's Marco. You like him? I mean, wow, so nice to see you. Even though he stole your wife. Come in, come in. You want something to drink? Oh, right. You stopped drinking. Cup of coffee? Well, yes, please. No thanks. I think no thanks. You follow him into his caretaker's home. It's pretty nice despite the mess and filth. He sits at the table and points for you to sit down as well. The only noise in the room is the TV behind Marco. Before you came by, he was playing a soccer video game. The fans are singing and clapping their hands. So, what you been up to? I have some questions for you. He shakes his head. No, no, not yet. Man, seriously, no. The last time I helped you out, I lost my job, so answer is no. You have no choice and you know it, you owe me this much. Marco drops his head between his shoulders. He starts to beg. I'm telling you, man, I love this job. It's so easy. I get to take care of a stadium that's empty 75% of time. He sits up roughly in his chair. Behind him on the screen, the stadium is going wild. I need information on Ronan Besson. He straightens up. Ronan? The coach that got killed by the judge? The very one. He was a great guy. Everyone's torn up about it. But spit it out, thanks. There were rumors. Some parents heard he was a little too hands on with the kids a while back. If you get my drift, but no one ever looked into it. Was it true? I don't know nothing. He sighs. A few months ago, Ronan cornered a kid, like by the showers. You know what I mean? Whoa. Is he a pedophile? The kid stabbed him in the thigh with a pair of scissors and ran away. The kid's parents weren't sure whether they'd file a complaint. The club director brought Ronan in and bam, 2 days later, he was murdered. Who else knows this? About the kid? No one, I think. Well, maybe some other parents, don't know. You get up. Last thing. Victims, I think he can relate to the victims. Maybe I think I'll give him the suspects. You go through the names of the suspects, no reaction. Until you mention Salim. Wait. The kid's parents, they knew a lawyer. He came 2 days before Ronan was killed. That's shady. It was Salim Wadjan, the same guy who's defending the terrorists. Did he meet Ronan? Yeah, he totally came. He knew Ronan. He was his coach like 25 years ago. Small world. His voice suddenly sounds childlike. Don't tell anyone where you got this information, okay? Don't worry. Yeah, I have that before. The vuvuzela noise comes from the TV. Okay, I've got to run. He walks you to the door, mumbling with clenched teeth. Every time I run into you, you jinx me every single time. You walk outside and over to your taxi. Door, key, motor purring, you go back to work. Oh, it's 11:12 already. I should take up a fare. Or should I go to this guy? Maybe I'll take up the fare. I think he's a teenager. It's a shelter for homeless people. When it gets too cold out, you bring. Oh, let's do this. I'm going to the 17th. Nina Ishiguro. Door opens and your passenger. Your next passenger, a woman, jumps into the back seat. I thought he was the man. Rue de Levis. Her voice is shaking, her mind is elsewhere. Please. You start driving. In the rear view mirror, you notice your passenger is shivering. She's clenching a rose in her hands like it might otherwise fly away. You want me to turn the heat up? She doesn't answer you. She doesn't hear you, Christian. Miss? No. No. No! I said no! No heat. He asked me to marry him and I said no. He had everything planned. He put the ring in my champagne flute and I said no. She blinks her eyes very slowly. I don't know why I said no. Why? Her expression becomes scornful, aggressive. You don't want to get married? You don't like him? You didn't like the way he asked? You don't want to get married? No. She's almost frozen. Some time goes by. She's like a freeze frame, a movie on pause. I want to get married. I always dreamed of a wedding, of the kind of life. Her head wobbles. Her elegant facial features cloud over briefly. I think she looks back quickly. Her voice breaks. I have to go back to the restaurant. Getting married is what I've always wanted. So why did he say no? You get the impression she's shrinking. She looks tiny and fragile in the rear view mirror. Shit. I just said shit. Her face looks like she's just been in a brutal accident. We have to turn around now. Are you sure? She raises her voice. Of course I'm sure. She's practically screaming. What? She stops just in time, shuts her mouth, looks away. She doesn't dare look at you. I'm so sorry, I'm not myself tonight. I can stop the cab if you want. Her lips quiver as she says, yes, yes, please. Her voice is so faint you can barely make out the words. You pull over as soon as you can. You barely turn the ignition off when she hands you some money and gets out of the car. Her heels pound the pavement on autopilot. You also get out of the car. She runs, stops, takes her heels off, starts running again. He turns down a small side street and disappears. You stand there for a while. Her rose wound up in the gutter. It'll be picked up at dawn by the garbage collectors. You're starting to feel a bit ridiculous, so you get back into your warm cab. Wait a while. Another minute to think about her beautiful gown, her words, how she shook. Getting married. For a second, you try to remember your own marriage proposal. It all seems so far away. So very far away. And you turn the key in the ignition and drive away. I think I'll go to this guy. The spy, other information. You leave your taxi behind and walk towards the last victim's building. Charles Bourgrain Ferrer was killed in his parking garage. The large metal garage door is firmly closed. Look for another entrance. You walk around to the back of the building and look at the various entrances. The main one, the garage door, and a maintenance door for the trash cans. Main entrance, try the maintenance entrance, go back and wait in front of the garage. Maintenance, you barely take a step when a voice calls out to you. Hey, what are you doing? This is private property. You turn around and see a rather elderly man, probably the concierge. He shines his flashlight in your direction. I'm a lost. I'm a fan. I'm a taxi driver. I'm a journalist. I'm lost. It will be good expression. I'm lost. Oh, she think I am a fucking idiot? Go, get out of here. I'm calling the cops. You leave the lobby, conscious follows and checks to make sure the door is firmly shut behind you. If I see you looking around, I'm calling the cops. No. You make your way back to the cab. Glance at the back at the Williams. A furious concierge is gone. You settle in behind the wheel, short of breath. Oh no, it's over. Maybe I shouldn't have said that I'm lost, but it's already over. Decision made. I should have said I'm a journalist. It would have been made more sense. 24.23. Charles D. Guel, make it snappy. Phil Borgiogis. The passenger who settles into the back seat could be a male model. He asks you to take him to Charles de Gaulle Airport. His voice is mild and pleasant. You sense your passenger wants to talk about the killer. It's simple. Since the first murder, everyone thinks they know something. Everyone thinks they saw something. And this passenger is no exception. You watch him in the rear view mirror as he adjusts his clothes, checks his breath, obviously primping. You drive people to the airport all the time. They bring along a suitcase or a bouquet of flowers. Your passenger doesn't have either. He is looking at himself in the rear view mirror. His lips part and he runs his tongue over his mouth. Nothing stuck in my teeth, right? You shake your head no. You wonder why he is going to the airport. You wondering why I'm going to the airport, aren't you? Yeah, I could tell you are curious. I'll tell you, but it's a secret. His voice has changed as he were about to deliver a speech. Women today are too smart for us men. Too smart. They're on to us the minute we try to hit on them. He crinkles his nose as if there were a bad smell in the cab. There are dozens of books on how to get lucky, on how to score, but they all make the same big mistake. Do you know what the mistake I am talking about is? I don't see why that's a problem after all. They don't write books on hunting, do they? He smirks. No, let me tell you. All these books about hitting on women never tell you where the best hunting grounds are. A theatrical pause. Airports. Another theatrical pause. It's brilliant, right? Women in airports are lonely, emotional, and available. On the street, you're always in a hurry, don't have any time. At the movies or in museums, you don't want to be disturbed. But at the airport, he's clearly very proud of himself. He remains silent. He crinkles his nose and sniffs again. Is it me or is there a funny smell in your cab? You sniff too? Sorry, I don't smell anything. He shrugs, then goes back to his monologue. Personally, I prefer older women. Single moms who are at the airport to pick up or send their kids to their exes. They are waiting at the unaccompanied minors counter to get information about a late flight or a gate change. I walk up to the counter, look at the flight information, pretend to be worried. My sister, I say I'm waiting for my little sister. She's never been to Paris before. I'm going to take her to the Louvre. Louvre. She wants to work in fashion someday. She is already very talented. I hope everything is okay, that she had a good flight. She means the world to me. She's my half sister, but I love her like a sister. I smile. He takes another sniff, glances around the cab, then picks up where he left off. The half sister line, it works every time. Divorced parents, remarried. Every time. He bursts out laughing. A word of advice though, you have to get there early. Make a day of it, keep an eye on the domestic flights, the delays, the companies. It requires a little preparation, but I usually go home with 20, even 30 numbers. In 6 hours, not bad, eh? Let him talk. Another thing I wouldn't recommend orally, the counters are a disaster there. You have to go back and forth between the different levels. It's exhausting. And the neon lights, they ruin your eyes. No, Royce is definitely the way to go. The domestic flights terminal. He rubs his hands together. I can feel it. Today is my lucky day. It's going to be amazing. They're going to fall for me big time. You can't resist. You give a slight cough and say, "Excuse me, do you mind if I ask you a personal question?" No, of course, not at all. Anything to help you understand my game plan. Do you realize you're a total asshole? Why? What do you do after all that? Do you really need to go through all that? I'm not sure I understand what you're getting at. Well, you're rather attractive physically. A slight pause. And is it really necessary to go to all that trouble to pick up women? Don't women like you? That's beside the point. It's more efficient, more productive. I go on the make twice a week, and I end up with dates for several weeks. And it's also a lot easier. It's less, how should I put it, personal. I know it won't ever get serious, and that's what I'm looking for. Do you see what I mean? You are afraid of women. That's like a statement. Not sure I want to. What you had. Not sure I want to. It's like attacking him with a statement, but I don't know what to do. Nod your head. What does that have to do with anything? You talk about women as they might hurt you, as if they might hurt you. So you hurt them to protect yourself? He burst out laughing, but you can see he's uncomfortable. Wow, you're a shrink and a cab driver, am I right? I have to say, it's a great idea for drumming up more business. It's a downright revolution. Another nervous laugh. We're taking about scoring here. No need to get all worked up. It's not like anyone died or anything. There is a slight tremor in his voice. If they don't want to give me their number, they don't give me their number. I never insist. And a lot of guys do stuff that is a lot worse, right? So enough of the feminist bullshit theory. The cab pulls up to the drop-off point. You passenger pays straight with Phil. When your passenger pays the fare in a hurry, he climbs out of the cab, then turns around somewhat hesitant. To be perfectly honest, you shouldn't talk to your passengers like that. His voice takes on an unpleasant whining tone. It's not very professional. If I had an app, I'd give you a bad rating. He squares his shoulders and is about to walk off. And you should wash your cab too. It smells like shit. He walks away under the sole of his right shoe. You catch sight of a dark brown spot. The passenger disappears into the airport. You roll down the backseat window and start up the cab. No, not if received because I was straight with him. Yeah. I mean, somebody needs to tell him, right? I'll pick up this woman. I think she's a woman, I don't know. Shohreh Privet. Montparnasse, please. Accept. Oh, I didn't check the petrol diesel. You pull up to a local police station to pick up your next passenger. She comes out. She comes out from an archway, visibly frightened. She slips into the back seat of a cab and gives you an address near Montparnasse. Oh, maybe she's in trauma. I think. You glance at her in the rear view mirror and notice how she is dressed. Everything alright, ma'am? You start the cab. Your passenger eyes you intently, reluctant to speak. Yes. You can barely hear her. She points to the car radio. Could I listen to the radio? You nod yes. Which station? My wallet was stolen. She pauses, then fixes her eyes on you. You freeze. I have money for the fare. Okay. The passenger senses your surprise. I just wanted to tell you I could pay. She looks down. What kind of music? Excuse me? Radio, what kind of music should I put on? Rock, rap, news. News? The woman shakes her head. No, could you turn to 89.4? You hold down the button until you get to the station. On 89.4, there's nothing but static. Are you sure that hint of smile plays across her mouth faint, but a smile even so? She waits a second or two before answering. Can you hear it? You lean forward slightly, closer to the radio. Behind the sounds of electric sputtering, there is something else. A shifting sound. It sounds like waves. The passenger looks up. You heard something on Shohreh's coast station. That's right, there are waves in the background. Her voice is almost inaudible. It's perfectly natural, sir. Her sir gives you quite a start. It's the frequency that causes it. It vibrates, is constantly dancing about, pulled by all the incredible forces around us. Most people listen to music, to the news. As for me, when I work, I like to listen to isolated frequencies like these. They are broadcast, but no one hears them. The proof that we exist. She smiles at you. You are getting close to the passenger's address now. And what do you do for a living? Math. She seems mesmerized by the sound of the wavelengths. Are you a teacher? No, not at all. I do research. She gives you a sidelong glance. The client suddenly straightens up and points to the radio. It's beautiful. So incredibly beautiful. Listen. You listen. You only hear static at first, and then, little by little, like a distant figure, the music takes shape and slips softly into your ears. Beautiful, isn't it? To me, they were ghosts, and that's why I studied science and later mathematics. I wanted to know why. You pull over. She gets the fare ready while you slowly turn up the radio. Beneath the layer of interference, someone is speaking, like the voice of a child. Thank you. You sit there immersed in sound of the radio a while longer. It has a soothing effect on you. You start the engine and drive away. Oh, it's 3:19. Oh, she gave me a lot of tip. Maybe I want to go now to the You look up an office tower somewhere high up. There's still a light on at short of our work. So how does it work? Alright. Leave the gas station. I got full tank. You get into your taxi and drive away. Now I need to pick up some people. Where are... Hey, I think it is. I will go to the old man. Let's see what's in the radio. It should be about time for top news tonight. One of those call-in shows. Listen to the talk show. Listen to the news. You happen upon the nighttime news. In the vox pop about the judge, a bystander brings up the fact that the police still have not arrested the homeless man seen near the crime scene. You raise an eyebrow at this bit of news. You didn't know that? As soon as the news is over, you turn the radio off so that the cab is silent again. The people, I will pick up this man. This woman, not this man. I think the old man. You now know more than your clients. You have met Phil. You have met Shorey. I'm getting more losses than profits. I don't know why, but you suddenly be overcome with the desire to sleep. You close your eyes, press your fingers to the eyelids, and let out a yawn. You take your shoes off before getting to work. What is this? Picture of crime scene 4. I think. Oh, those are investigation locations. Police report victim 3 given by Buse. New clue. Wow. Molester never arrested. Salim Wadian. Salim Wadian? No. Salim Wadian's height is 1 meter 75. Homeless man seen around crime scene 2 and 3. Alright. There are 4 things pointing to the homeless man. Homeless man seen around crime scene 2 and 3. Message on crime scene 2. You deserve this. Killer site 1 meter 80. Less than killer site is less than 1 meter 80. Victim 2 stolen wallet. One, two, three, four, five. Five things are pointing up to her. Victim 1 met with Salim. Killer site. Well, this is a central factor of this. So P. Rot Batas. These are three things. Rare gun used in the 70s. Killer site 1 meter 70. Killer site less than 1 meter 80. You deserve this. Who is this? Cop in Paris. This is fourth. This man has four things pointing at him. This man has three things pointing at him. She tops. Claudia Campos. She tops. But how can she kill me, the judge? Maybe she can. Maybe she has some strength in her. I don't know. Back to the desk. There's nothing on the desk, so we have to go up there. I think the judge, maybe Salim Wardian or the medical examiner, he could also be that, but he doesn't have anything in common. He just have the weapon. He was a retired cop, so maybe he will be having weapons, but he doesn't have anything. Just you deserve this message. This woman has a lot of. This guy also has a lot of things. Claudia Campos. And night. B and night. So the phone rings and you jump. You're not used to hearing it. No one ever calls you. It must be Bousse. Pick up. Let it ring. What should I do? I think I should pick up. But today's investigation didn't went well. Let it ring. Let's see what she does. Ring a few more times. 2 more rings buzzing in your ears. Your tinnitus is coming on again. Shit. Finally we get the phone. About time. I thought I was going to have to bring the entire squad to your place. Listen, she pauses. You suddenly hear ruckus in the background. She probably knows at the station. Buzet raises her voice. Anyone got the time? Hey guys, anyone? Fuck. They're all neon. They're thalls here. Listen, it's early and I'm whipped out. So are you, I bet. Let's get straight to the point. What do you have for me?
The calm, methodical ways you start reviewing the evidence you collected. You start with the first suspect, the connection to victims, the rumors, then the second suspect, and so on. In a few minutes, she lets out a whistle. Not bad at all. Seriously, should come give a lesson to the zombies I work with. A long sigh. I have some good news for we. We checked the alibi of one of the suspects I gave you. As you listen to her, you turn to the board and pull down the suspect she is referring to. So, it's got to be someone else. She snickers. You know how lucky you are. I'm doing your job for you, pal. Okay, enough chit chat. I gotta run. I'll call you in 2-3 days, okay? Okay. Oh, I'll call you in 3 days and you better have what I need to make a proper arrest. Wow. The DA has fangs. We're pretty sure he's going to turn into a werewolf at some point. She babbles on for a while. Her voice becomes softer but just as sarcastic. That would explain his terrible. Well, you just have just one thing in mind, sleeping. And forgetting it all. Who was taken off? Oh, period, but as he's with a heavy hand, you wipe your tired face. You slowly open the sofa bed and lie down. The events of the day run through your head. The streets, the passengers, the faces, the problems. Your brain is running at full speed, your body aches, and you are in pain. You can tell you need to get more sleep. You glance at your investigation board. Your investigation is taking shape little by little. Who'd have thought? If only Buse would give you a little more time. You shake your head and your mind wanders for a second. Your eyes close. Right when you are about to fall asleep, you notice a taste on your tongue. A very salty, like soy sauce, a tad bitter, very strong. It disappears as quickly as it came. You fall asleep. You open one eye. For a second there, you hope the evidence brought was just a dream too, but you can make it out in the shadows. You get up quickly. A few minutes later, you are outside of your studio. Night 4. Alright. So where am I going? Where were you? Where were we going? Alright, let's go to the information desk. Two Paris maintenance workers are talking loudly outside the Monty Post gun. Whoa. This is also over, I think. Well, let's go this guy. Two women cross the street in front of the cab and they're laughing so loudly you can hear them laugh. You double park and wait for your next passenger to slide into the back seat. He looks at you like he appreciates you and your taxi. He gives you his address. You start driving. A few words are exchanged. The weather, the taxis, the traffic. Then you can tell it's coming, the inevitable conversation about the killer. Some bits of information, rumors, things overheard. You make a mental note of what you heard. Who knows? It might come in handy. Your passenger doesn't make a sound for the next few minutes of your trip. It doesn't bother you. You have enough on your mind. Your investigation, the judge, the booze. You are overcome with a craving to smoke. You nod slowly and glance at your passenger. Calm and still, he seems far away. Everything okay? That's. Yes, thank you. He slowly turns his head toward you and gives you an odd look. Like he is disappointed you're talking to him. He watches you closely for another minute and turns back to look out the window. You keep your eyes on the road. The silence becomes heavy. All of a sudden, you feel a strange sense of camaraderie, camaraderie with your passenger. You look at him quickly in the rearview mirror. He doesn't look familiar at all, and yet it's like you know him. A second later, an outside light shines on his face at a weird angle. It looks like he's smiling. A few seconds later, you drive down his street. He straightens up a bit. You park in front of the number he gave you. He pays his fare without a word. The door slowly opens and he smiles at you. You can tell it comes from the bottom of his heart. Despite how uptight he is, you're really a swell guy. You weren't expecting that. By the time you collect your thoughts, your passenger is already far away. He disappears into a building. A moment goes by before you turn the key in the ignition. Whoa. Well, some people are like that. They're calm people. They're silent. They don't talk much, but they're good people. Antion Mercador. Too cold to walk home. A passenger getting in your cab smells like a grandpa. Stale smoke, a bit of sweat, an ounce of aftershave, the kind that makes your eyes sting. He gets settled, gives you his address, and off you go. You know how older folks function? They want to talk. Oh, come on, get out of there. I'm a therapist. Small talk, the weather, the election. But this guy, something keeps him from saying anything. It's like he has a secret but doesn't dare open his mouth for fear he'll spill his guts. It's so cold out. Tell me about it. I can't help but think of all those poor folks sleeping outside. They break my heart. You can hear the disgust in his voice. This world we live in, he nods sadly. I mean, I can't complain. I'm retired. I live a quiet little life. I have my little rituals now. I go to the library to read the newspaper. I say hi to my colleagues, my former colleagues, that is. I was a concierge in the 16th arrondissement for almost 45 years. An incredible an incredible profession, an unusual one. You're constantly meeting people, helping them out. I always loved it. He snickers. It peters out as he tries to remember, about what he was talking about just a minute ago. What was I saying? You were talking about your former colleagues. Ah, of course, yes. And I finish each day with a little glass of wine in the bistro next to my old building. And when I had too much of drink, I treat myself to a taxi ride. I hope to do the same when I retire. Nice life, I think it will be good. Ah, well, that all seems a bit complicated for your generation. The world is changing so much that in 10 or 20 years' time, you might not have retirement anymore. You'll have to work and work and work till you're 70, 80 maybe. He shrugs. Of course, if you're still physically able, why not? I had to retire because I couldn't take care of my building anymore. Cleaning, fixing, going up and down those damn stairs. He grumples for a while before quieting down again.
You sense the conversation has run itself dry. You look at the time and think this little old guy should be in bed by now. And he sits up straight in the back seat like he just woke up. And I also play the lottery, of course. The nice old man is giving off a warm, pleasant aura. Same numbers every week for the last 30 years. You watch your passenger's face in the rear view mirror. Good humored, kind, you take a liking to him. Hey, imagine you win 100 million euros, what would you do with it? I won't ever win 100 million. I don't know if I won 100 million. You think it over for a second. For starters, you could pay back your debts and your mortgage. Then there's Aid and the kids. Jacques maybe, though she'd probably refuse. So who did? The old man in the backseat clears his throat politely as a sign. He's waiting for your answer. I'd open a restaurant, I'd move to the other side of the world, share it with my loved ones. I'd share it with my loved ones. Your loved ones, nice idea, but with 100 million, you still have enough left to do whatever you wanted. Yeah, whatever I wanted. Go crazy, indulge yourself. But why do that all alone? What's the point in spending so much money? You smile. What about you? You all but turn around to look at your passenger. What would you do with 100 million euros? For 30 seconds, he says nothing. His eyes dash back and forth between the road, your face in the rearview mirror, and his hands. You're not far from your destination. I already won the lottery. How much? 434 million euros. What did you do with it? I gave it all away. This is an achievement. Holy crap. All of it? Divide me the money and I gave it all away. To charities here and in Portugal, where I am from, I gifted some to my son, about 50,000 euros, no more. Ah, here's my building. Pull over as soon as you can. You didn't keep any of it? No, what would I do with it? It would only cause problems. I'm 74 years old, young man. My wife died years ago. I don't have any family left other than my son who he hesitates. You see, my son is a nice boy. He went to a good school and works hard, but he decided to work in finance. He doesn't need any more money. He pays his fare. You're unable to say anything. And also, I worked for decades for the upper class in the 16th arrondissement. They're all stockholders. Yes, that's it. They have stock portfolios. They don't need to work. I didn't want to spend my money to be like them, not to make them richer. Never ever. All those limousine liberals, those old reactionaries. A look of disgust crosses his face. I saw things. Children thrown out of their homes, old people left to rot. Those people have almost everything, but it's the almost that drives them mad. It consumes them. No, I gave it all to the hospitals, schools, charities. He sighs like he's just finished a good meal. The moral of the story, young man, meet your needs, no more, no less. You're incredible.
Realistic? I'm realistic and old and falling apart. But realistic. He pats you on the shoulder. And of course, this will be our little secret, right? His question hangs in the air as he gets out of the cab. You watch him, he walks into a crumbling building in a bad neighborhood in East Paris. It makes you want to laugh and scream. Instead, you turn the key in the ignition. Wow. He gave me a lot of money. I think I want to go to this old man. I think I want to go. Yeah. I couldn't pick him up. Group of noisy teenagers crossing the street. One of them pretends to be traffic control officer. Santa. Champs Elise, I think. Yeah. Your next passenger smells like beer. Wow, Santa. No, it's even worse. It's like every single fiber of his Santa suit has been soaking in a keg. Come on, dash away. His breath is 96% brandy. Your eyes are starting to sting. I'm parked somewhere near the Champs Elysees. Oh shit. The name of the street is. His head is spinning and he does his best to hang on to the door. Impasse. Ah. It'll come back to me. Go ahead, drive. You start driving and silently wonder how to ask your passenger if he has enough money to cover fare. You glance back at your passenger. He's mumbling to himself, but you can't quite make out what he's saying. Christmas is over, so why is he still dressed up? You have a nice evening? That's good. Oh, fabulous! A smile spreads across his face. I really need it. He lowers his voice. He's confiding in you. After working my ass off all year long, I like to hit my favorite pubs. I get monumentally wasted. He guffaws. Here in Paris, there are a bunch of bistros perfect for just such an occasion. No one talks to you, and they have white wine so dry it eats away at the inside of your mouth. And so many different types of brandy, pear brandy, cognac. He closes his eyes in delight. And sometimes I order just one eeny weeny beer to cleanse the palate. He's almost whispering. Oh, it's usually not one of them fancy microbrews there. He jumps. Oops, but don't tell anyone, okay? Just imagine if people found out Santa Claus thought the beer he tasted like piss. He laughs a sparkling laugh when he stops. It's just to throw out non-committally. Anyway, you can't say anything anymore. Honestly, with all the trouble I go to, people should just leave me the fuck alone. All those fair weather activists, they still want their little snot-nosed miracles to get the latest stupid toy. Oh hey, speaking of the snot-nosed kids, what is it with this manure pile of a new generation? 50 years back, you could give a kid a book and he'd go on about it his whole life, all starry-eyed. But today's little whiners, what a nice soul. Fucking hell. They want to have it all, but they don't like anything. They all have GSMs when they're 8. Those things cost a whole month's wages. How can you possibly make them happy after that? How? He's staring at you, waiting for you to answer. A trip? Wooden toys? No idea. Wooden toys? No wooden toys. A trip maybe. A trip? A trip? He burst out laughing. Now there's a risky idea. What kid wants to have his ass stuck on a plane for 15 hours? I'll tell you what they want. What kids these days want are machine guns and dolls whose hair you can fix. He seems to have calmed down for a second, but it was just an illusion. Speaking of which, both girls and boys like those dolls whose hair you can fix. He twitches his mouth in silence. Back when I still made toys for kids, I can tell you they couldn't care less about them, couldn't give a damn. They just wanted to have fun, play, laugh, and forget that their parents were losers. He leans over to you, rife with anger. Fuck, that's the real problem. I'm telling you, parents are losers, idiots. Putting kids into this world, those guys haven't got a clue. Am I right or am I right? I mean, have you seen the state of the ice cap these days? Have you? Huh? Cause there's not much of it left. He pauses. Now I can't say it's all bad. I don't have as many polar bears coming into my yard. Damned nasty beasts, vicious, mean. I'm not sad to be rid of them. He heaves a long sigh through his beard. Before, things were different. Tears form at the corners of his eyes. Shit, I can't talk about the past without crying like a little girl. He throws you a sideways glance. No need to stare. You don't even have time to react, and he starts back into his rant. I remember you, you know. To tell the truth, I remember everyone, every single person. You were an angry one. So terribly angry. And your letters about your handwriting. Holy fuck, what the hell to decipher? Don't worry though, the elves handle all that for me. You couldn't hear a hint of disgust in his voice when he brought up the elves. Otherwise, I wouldn't have time to do nothing. Yeah, you're just furious. It's like someone punched you in the stomach. Your brother was giving you hell. Someone wrenching your gut. Man, what a. He suddenly thinks of something and stops gazing. Stops talking. His gaze wanders outside. Yeah, anyway, let's talk about something else. How do you know all? You still don't get who I am. You stare at him in the rear view mirror. Look, kid, I'm not gonna spell it out for you. And something tells me you'd rather avoid the subject. A little something called jail. Another punch to the stomach. So there's your Christmas present. We're not gonna talk about it. He smiles, opens his eyes wide. Wait, I think we're almost there. Slow it down a bit, kid. He searches outside for. What are we looking for? We're looking for my sleigh, kid. What else? He looks at you with pity. It shouldn't be hard to spot. There's a sleigh and a couple half dozen reindeer. He heaves a funny sigh. I'm sure it's like in an alleyway somewhere. Oh, right over there, turn right. You obey and go up a street you are on a few seconds before. A few meters down, your passenger stifles a yelp. Oh shit, it was right here. Drive around the block. You turn again. In back, your passenger is mumbling. I'm gonna have to get one of those thingamajigs GPS. It helped me find my sleigh more easily. You eventually pull over an alley with no light, a few empty office buildings, and some trash cans that haven't been emptied for days. Kid, sorry about before. I didn't mean, to bring up any sore points. He pays his fare. Watch your back, kid. He gets out, slams the door. He slips on the wet sidewalk, grabs onto a street lamp. With a heavy and awkward step, he clumps along the alley. Stay. For some time I'll stay. Sit for a moment watching him. At the end of the alleyway, he starts rummaging through a pile of boxes, pushes his trash can on the wheels aside, and disappears. Stay a bit longer. A few minutes go by and nothing. You turn the key and start driving again. You open the window for a second, hoping to get rid of the alcohol fumes. Something tells you they'll stick around for a while. I think I'm gonna pick up a girl. Jim M. Pere Lachaise, please. A street a little off the palace, Place de Etoile. Your client is pacing back and forth in front of a jazz club that's just closed. He raises his walking stick and hails your cab. He climbs into the cab straight away. Pere Lachaise Cemetery, please. The north entrance in the 20th arrondissement. He gives you a funny smile. It will open for me, my dear. Another drunk passenger, perhaps, and yet this one sitting up perfectly straight, walking stick across knees. His get up reminds you of another night creature, a regular customer with a taste for young flesh, both men and women. Looks like they move in the same circles, a strange world of. Your passenger's instant gaze in the rearview mirror cuts your musing short. No, thank you, I'm fine, but I'm a little hungry. They don't serve food at the club? They do, I've tried it, but it wasn't to my liking. He levels his gaze at your neck insistently. What do you mean by not to your liking? What is to your liking? Anywhere with meat on the menu, any suggestions? You're taken aback by his question. It's too late to. At this time of the night, I know a place. There's a steak place in Shuttle at open all night long. Excellent. Would you at least agree to having a drink with me? Just a coffee. Just a coffee. He hesitates a moment, then shakes his head in disbelief. Well, then just coffee it'll have to be. Turn out to the street with the restaurant. Pull over. It's been a long time since a passenger. No, it's the first time a passenger's even gotten out and opened the door for you. You reluctantly follow him into the restaurant. He sits down at the table and orders red meat from the typically Parisian Mr. Waiter. Then, without a knowing smile, he turns to you. Of coffee for the gentleman. Ristretto, no sugar. That's exactly how you like your coffee. How did he? Later, much later, I think he is a vampire. He saw my neck before. The trip to the Pere Lachaise cemetery goes by quickly. You pull up to the north entrance, and one of the heavy gate doors opens just as he had said it would. Your passenger hands you the fare and a generous tip, and slips through the open gate. You idle by the entrance a few seconds longer, your head spinning with anecdotes. Robert Johnson, Janis Joplin, Amy Winehouse. Your passenger seems to have been personally acquainted with all those great 27 club musicians fated to die too young. You watch his silhouette as it advances into the depths of the cemetery. Then decide it's time to go. So he's a vampire. Literally, he's a vampire. Well, vampires of Paris. Nadia Boulang and maybe his son or maybe her husband. Alicia in the 14th. The couple is a couple is getting into a taxi. Oh, a couple like you've seen so many times before, attractive, a bit tipsy, drooping eyelids. Is already asleep, must be about 20, maybe more. She's still smiling faintly, like the evening has had a lasting effect on her. She's older, maybe 40, 45. Alicia, right next to the movie theater. Very well. You pull away, leave the street, the neighborhood behind you. Passengers say nothing. When you downshift, you can hear the man's heavy snoring. A woman stares right at you. I beg your pardon, this may seem odd, but what do we look like? I mean, he and I, what do we look like? A couple. Thank you. She pauses. I happened upon two friends who were making fun of us tonight. We could be mother and son, it's stupid. He hesitates and forget it. Let it drop. Sorry to have bothered you with that. No need to apologize. We look like a couple. Thank you. That's very kind of you. I don't think I've ever met a taxi driver who was so understanding before. I'm serious. She watches you for a while. You can see the hesitation in her eyes. Then she turns her head. I'm so defensive. It's unhealthy, not good. Not for me, not for Wes. Her expression hardens. I love him more than anything, you know. People think they want to think he's some sort of toy. But he's not a toy. I did not choose him because he's young and chic. I love him, period. Can you understand that? Yeah, I think so. What is open up? What do you happens when it's when open up? More than you think. What do you mean? I prefer old Roboman. And what is it like for you to be in this position? I mean, in the eyes of others. It's weird. I don't think it's as hard for us. People say things make fun, but I think a lot of men actually fantasize about it, and even they don't dare admit to it to themselves. You think? You smile ever so slightly. I work with taxi drivers, all men. You sense are becoming more relaxed behind you. Thank you for your modesty. I don't really know how to put words to what I actually feel. She takes a deep breath. Her throat shakes from all the air. Outside, the reflection of an interior design store appears in a frozen puddle. I think the problem is me. I don't need a mirror to see it. He's young, he's handsome, he's filled with energy from morning to night. My joints creak. I lose a fraction of eyesight as each year passes. I got lost on my own street the other night. I'm a burden on him. You're gorgeous. Don't say that. Should I flirt with her now? Don't say that. You think you gorgeous? Say nothing. Gorgeous. Passenger watches her partner for a moment, then turns back to you with a faraway look in her eyes. Thank you. She wasn't expecting and did not want your compliment, but She pretends to focus on the road going by. You decide to keep quiet. What an ass. A few minutes later, you reach their destination. You pull up to the sidewalk. Your passenger plunges her head into her bag and stops. What if? Shakes her head. No, forget it. She pays the fare, and as she is putting her wallet back in her bag, she hands you a bill. €100 bill. Would you mind using this money to take Evis to a hotel? I don't have the will to do it myself. We need to put an end to this. He deserves someone else. Her proposition leaves you speechless for a while. I'm serious. Are you sure? I mean, I know this is right, but I should talk to him. He'll just say, he'll say she loves me just the way I am, that he doesn't want me to be with anyone else. He'll say the same thing he says every time I try to talk about my feelings. The bill is lying between seats. What if it's true? What if it was true? Yes, he was. If he was telling the truth, he was in love with you despite all your faults. He pulls your arm back, but he keeps saying it. The money goes back in your bag. The car passes on your left and pulls over next to you. The driver asks if you're leaving soon. 1 minute. You turn to your passenger. I've got to go. You should do the same. She seems horrified by her behavior. I'm so sorry. You wave her off. It's nothing. No big deal. Second later, she walking into her place, holding on to her partner. He hasn't even woken up. You smile, wondering what he must have dreamed about. You have to have similar dreams. And then go back to. You let the other car pull in and go back to your shift. Shh! Let's pick up this woman. Maybe no. We have plenty of fuel, and it's 316. Other. Let's hear some news. I think I should hear some news. Your finger is poised in front of the car radio. You're trying to find something to listen to. Listen to news. You happened upon the nighttime news. A crime novelist being interviewed about his latest book brings up the judge. He is quick to say that according to his sources, the first victim owed money to the mafia. Actually, he thinks the whole case is linked to the organized crime. The judge is just a front for the real criminals. As soon as the news is over, you turn the radio off so that the cab is silent again. At this time of night, you and the public maintenance truck are the only things. My Alicia Clef's My poetry needs a car ride. The woman getting in your cab looks frantic. She's a poet. I have lost my inspiration, every last drop of it. Come on, drive. You throw her very skeptical looks in the rear view mirror. I'll tell you when to stop. I have to. I am seeing a stream, dead, a billabong. She stops talking. You hear a low, guttural sound coming from her throat. A mantra. A billabong? I must find billabong. I must find a billabong. What's that? She inhales, closes her eyes, and focuses. Her voice drops, becomes more intense. A billabong, a dead river. There's one right below us. Drive us, I. Such time. You start driving. A few minutes go by before you realize your passenger is making a guttural sound. The sound resonates with the hum of the engine. Once in a while, she changes notes, modulating and playing with the harmonics. Suddenly, she shouts, "Turn left!" Then, abruptly, as if she were following a path she alone could see, go down the boulevard. You drive for a few minutes aimlessly. In the back, your passenger is still singing. The meter is running, the kind of ride that puts you out of sorts. Who then knows when it will end? Your passenger squeals. Stop right there, not a bit further. You brake. Yes. Yes. She whistles a high, loud note. A billabong runs just beneath us. Its water flows no more. The black stream from my vagina has stopped short. The rumble of revolution, the water flows no more. All that remains is to clear away the remains. You stop the engine. Silence fills the cab. Your passenger's low voice and the scratch of her pencil on the paper are hypnotizing. How many rivers have run dry? The water has left its bed and flows no more. You feel something vibrate beneath you, probably the metro. How long, how I long to sculpt the clay and mud of life in this water that flows no longer. Except the metro doesn't run late at night. I plunge my calves in this water that flows no longer. I am calmed and refreshed by its coolness. She squeals so loudly it makes you jump. She then returns to a simpler, more natural tone. Thank you. This poem has been years in the making. I was only missing a few lines until tonight. I sensed the billabong I needed while walking down the street like a Sharon. Amused, she opens her eyes. You? When you're driving alone at night like this, what moves you the most? The lack of silence, all the people who don't sleep. I'm never alone. The lack of silence. Your passenger enters into a new trance like state. Once again, she starts making the guttural sound. The city speaks to us. Even in the dead of nights, garages hum, metros vibrate, TVs crackle, street lamps flicker. Sodium lights. As you drive, it's actually your ears that making the steering wheel turn. Let us dive once more into the water that flows no longer. Listen closely, the singing stream is still here. She takes a moment to bask in the words she has just spoken. A second later, she has left the gap. I knew I would find my inspiration on the path to the billabong. She freezes. Your color is marble. Okay, Ophi calcite. Never forget this. She says nothing more, passes you her fare through the window, and walks away with purpose. You sigh and drive away. Whoa, it's over. You have met Sonny. Sony thinks you're a swell guy. You have met Antoine. Antoine won the lottery. Antoine won 434 million euros playing the lottery. Holy crap! 434 million euros. You have met Santa. Santa talked about your brother. You did not find Santa's sleigh. You had dinner with Jim. You have met Nadia and US. You have met Alicia. Alicia taught you what a billabong is. Alicia finished her poem Billabong. That's it. You take a few minutes to update your board with your new clues. Steps in the hallway, they stop in front of your door, then move away. You crack your knuckles and get to work. Okay, this never updated. This never updated. It's never updated. It's also never updated. This guy was not in the list. There's nothing here. Alright. So there's no update here, I think. The first victim, maybe first victim was crime was connected to the underworld, I think. First victim. Great football coach, victim 1. Molester, never arrested. Okay. Oh, another thing came to. Alright. At night. With a heavy head, you wiped your tired face. You slide onto the open sofa bed. The events of the day run through your head. The streets, the passengers, their faces, their problems. Your brain is running at full speed. Your body aches and you are in pain. You can tell you need to get more sleep. You glance at your investigation board. You don't quite know where you are anymore. To be honest, you're completely lost. You shake your head and your mind wanders for a second. Just when you're about to fall asleep, you think you hear a voice in the distance. It's crying. You jump without understanding where the voice is coming from. Outside, Paris is waking up and you fall asleep. Night 5. I just take the one nearest to me, okay? 4.28 kilometers, 1454. 14th arrondissement. Thanks, Emily Franconi. The passenger who enters your cab seems familiar to you. She gives you her address and you start to drive. You glance back at her from time to time, trying to remember where you have seen her before. It's no use. Suddenly, she gives a little pout, clearly annoyed by your insistent gaze. Sorry, your face seems familiar to me. Sorry. She breathes an audible sigh. Could be. She pauses deliberately. I'm in porn. That's who she is, an actress. A former actress. You'd seen her in a couple of movies a few years ago. That's probably why you recognize my face. Your mouth suddenly goes dry. Her eyes and voice show no sign of emotion whatsoever. She might as well have said she were a teacher or a dentist. Oh, does that shock you? No, it's just I didn't expect it. That's why your face looks so familiar to me. Probably. Do you watch a lot of porn? You shake your head no, even before the attack. No, not that much. Hmm. Either you're pretty rare or you're lying. I'm just busy these days. She leans forward. But by the way, do you do you like that kind of porn? I'm just asking because I'm curious what people like to watch. I it's not really my thing. It's okay to talk about it, you know. It's true, I hardly watch any. Hardly any? Yeah, you blushed slightly. Come, there's nothing to be ashamed of. Do you prefer younger women? Older women? Alright, fine. Do you watch movies? Do you read magazines? Yeah, magazines. Magazines? But don't you, it's not the Middle Ages anymore. She smiles. I like the pictures. Oh, there's no awful screenplay, no blah blah blah, only images. There you have it. She's observing you as you talk. Thanks, I haven't looked into that side of the business, but it might be worth it. She gives you a smile. Thanks anyway, and sorry for all the personal questions. You can't help reading in her eyes a touch of satisfaction, as if she'd enjoyed asking you all those questions. Before long, you arrive at the address your passenger had given you. You have trouble parking, none of the street lights are working. There's nothing stranger than an unlit Parisian street in the middle of the night. Your client gives a slight couch behind you. You wouldn't mind staying here until I'm in the building? They're doing work. The lights aren't working. She doesn't even finish her sentence. No problem. Thanks, I have to say, I have been feeling a little insecure lately. All of her energy suddenly becomes to have vanished. She hesitates a moment as if she can feel your connection with the killer before speaking. I knew one of the victims of the serial killer. Natalie. I knew her pretty well, in fact. We'd worked together, and sometimes
She babysat my son. You know, she was a great girl, it was. She starts talking about her friend, who she was, who she had been seeing, how she had changed just before she died. You make a mental note of the new information. I'll stay here until you're in the building, okay? Thank you. She hands you the fare and exits the cab slowly, crossing the street in total darkness to the door of her building. You remember that night? The pain, the stab of the knife in your side. If only you had turned your head, you would have seen your assailant face. Maybe they would have killed you that night, maybe your attacker would have already spotted you in your cab. Your passenger waves to you as the building door closes. You wave back. Fear spreads slowly through your body. You breathe in slowly and drive away. I think I'll take this guy. Jean Noel Ranier. Too drunk, can't drive. Distance 14.4 kilometers, 48.96. A passenger waves to you from the sidewalk, unsteady on his feet, one air in the air, one hand in the air, the other cupped to his mouth to get your attention. This one has been drinking. He gets in, out of breath, you start driving. I thought I was going to have to walk, thanks for stopping. No problem, you have a nice evening? Nod. He takes a minute to catch his breath. Crazy, 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 crazy. He leans forward, his face close to yours, his breath reeks of vodka, making your head spin. There is another smell coming off him, cologne. It's crazy. One day you just realize you're useless. It's just same old, you know. And then, ma'am, you get a yes. The seatbelt from life. Should I ask him to put his seatbelt or from life? From life? From Sonia. Her name is Sonia. It was our third date. His eyes roll back in his head and a huge grin spreads across his face. I haven't felt like this in ages. As he speaks, he pulls off the hair off the top of his head. Is it true? Is it too? Which he lays down on the seat next to him. As he runs his hand over his bald head, he looks as if he's never been happier and felt freer. She teaches philosophy at my high school. I usually don't speak to her type, all liberal freaks. But I don't know, man. She has this strict way of walking, a serious look about her. She invited me for coffee at the end of the school day. I had a ton of papers to grade out, but I said yes. Best decision of my life. My whole life. His eyelids droop and his voice becomes flatter. We went to the movies on our second date. It was Ken Loach, another liberal freak, but she was really disappointed by it, almost angry. I knew she was the one. We decided to get one more drink. She grabbed my hand, gave me all that look that she wanted more. I didn't know what to do with myself. He yawns, about to fall asleep. I can't let my seniors find out.
You let him doze off. When you arrive at your destination, he's sound asleep. Your passenger awakes with a start. His first words come out in a swallow, half eaten and unintelligible. Sorry, I must have dozed off. He glances at the meter, digs in his pocket, and pulls out a handful of bills. You watch as he staggers down the street. A long minute later, he disappears into his building. I should have got this eyewitness. I think I should have told him I'm a journalist. Alright, who's this guy? Pierrot, but as I'm too drunk to drive. There are a lot of drunkards here. You pull up in front of the address the central office gave you, a crepe joint, quite a popular one by the looks of the fine spilling out the door and onto the sidewalk. You sit for a moment, the door opens, and a group of 30 somethings comes into view. All the men and women are dressed relaxed, sporty, running shoes, jeans, small shoulder bags. They are officers from Paris anti-crime squad in plain clothes. Beside, they are brutish types. Ones who like to race, tackle, clobber. Ones who ruin the afternoons you spent wandering around Paris in your teens. After a bit, one of them pulls away from the group and comes over to your taxi. He opens the door and collapses onto the back seat. He is stocky and of Asian descent. You can see his muscles through his thick winter clothes. He smells like crepe and hard cider, and his face is bright red. Hey, what's up? I live near Ternes. He chuckles as one of his colleagues rushes over to the taxi and pulls an imaginary gun from his coat. He points to his badge and screams at you with a big smile on his face. What a douchebag! The other cop eventually backs off and you drive away. Sorry, man. We were having a going away party for a colleague and celebrating Christmas too. No worries. Your passenger smiles, then puts his fingers back on his temples. I drank too much. Shit. I'm a lightweight and they knew it. They think they were trying to loosen my tongue. His behavior changes abruptly, like he's just seen a ghost. One question. Yes? Do taxi drivers drive some sort of policy or ethics code? Not sure I understand. Like priests or doctors. If I tell you something, can you keep it to yourself? Start speaking before you can even have a chance to reply. I've been lying to my colleagues for years. I joined the squad 8 years ago and they all think I'm in a relationship with a woman who lives in Strasbourg and that we are going to get married. He makes a strange yelping noise like an air bubble bursting on the surface of a river. As soon as they get too close to Strasbourg, I start making up stories. We've almost broken up 10 times. I I convinced them that we're trying to have a kid, but it hasn't worked yet. He sighs. Fuck. Saying it out loud is just the worst. His eyes are getting shiny. I am gay. A deep breath. I'm getting married in a few weeks to my boyfriend.
Another breath, longer, deeper. No one at work knows, not a soul. The next sentences come out in a rush. He holds his breath the whole time. I I like men. I've always liked men. But I work in a police station and listen to their comments, to their jokes all day long. When we catch a guy who's never done time before, we tell him briefly what he should expect. We talk about the violence, about the. Finally, he breathes in again. I say we because I'm in on it. Because I can say fag any time of day without any prompting. The word rolls off my tongue completely natural. Fag. He finally looks you in the eye. They're not mean. You say who? The cops, not mean. Just doing the job he managed to flash a tiny, crooked smile. You know what I'd really like? He pauses. I'd like to have them over for dinner. Everybody on the squad. They could see my place. We could play a board game, something normal, and they could meet James. Is your partner? Yeah, yes, my partner. I never call him that out loud. Either I call him James or he just doesn't exist. He smiles at last, a genuine smile. Can you believe it? We're getting married in 2 weeks. After living alone, after living together for 9 years, he's been willing to live in a lie. Does he hold it against you? He understands James is English. No. He he gets how it is. He snickers. He's crazy about me and I'm crazy about him. He knows I love my job and couldn't possibly do anything else. He loves me enough to let me keep lying. He slowly shakes his head. But I can't go on like this, I have to. He freezes. Shit, my head is spinning. I don't feel so good. Why am I telling you all this? Why? He grabs onto the seat in front of him. Hey, can you pull over? We stop immediately. He opens the door and leans on top half of his body out. He throws up. Achievement unlocked. You open your window to air out the greasy smell of fried crepes and the sour scent of cedar. A moment later, the cop sits back up. Okay, I'm all set. I got it all out. You start driving again. I'm sorry, really. It's alright. I hate all that. These sausage parties. Cheap alcohol. The lies. You nod while your passenger moans and quietly says, I'm sorry. Don't worry. He pauses to catch his breath. Shit, I haven't barfed like that since last Easter. They made me drink this South African liquor with something with cream and cocoa. Nasty. I can still picture it. I was doing shots while they shouted my name. Karate Kid, Karate Kid. It was a rough night. We just closed the case.
He groans. You glance in the rear view mirror. You okay? Everything spinning again. Good. Can you? You pull over. A repeat of last time. He opens the door, leans his head out, his torso, his arms. The sound makes your stomach churn. So you stare straight ahead. Can I ask you a question? More puke on the sidewalk, a little inside the vehicle. Go ahead. Fine. Shoot. He sits up, prompts you to drive. So here goes. What should I do? Should I keep on keeping on? Should I confess? Should I invite them to my wedding and surprise them? He pauses. It's a long one. I wish right with me. What would you do if you were me, if you were in my shoes? I think you're being hard on yourself. You're hurting yourself rather than trying to solve the problem. You're not going to change your sexual orientation or leave your husband. There aren't a ton of alternatives. You have to tell them. Tell them, wow, I gotta tell them. He looks at you in the mirror. Can you take me somewhere else if you don't mind? I don't mind. My colleagues are at a bar. I'll go see them, tell them everything. If I don't do it now, then I'll never do it. A smile of relief spreads across his face. It's not just the alcohol talking, yes, but I think it's about the 10th time I gotten wasted this month. You're right, I'm hurting myself. He gives you the new address. I need to tell them now. I feel terrible, but I think I'll feel better if I speak to them directly. His headache is apparently back and he has knocked him out a bit. You're used to having drunk people in your cab. Actually, the majority of your Saturday night passengers are drunk. I don't know how to tell them about all this. From the tone of his voice, you can tell he's beginning to panic. I don't think I'm ready. Should I turn around? Turn around. He scans your face, trying to figure out what you're thinking. Think that? It's your decision. Good then. I want to go to the bar. He seems determined despite his shaky voice. I want to tell them about James. You're about to say something when he cuts you off. My mind is made up. He smiles briefly and you turn back towards the bar. For the remainder of the trip, your passenger is silent. From time to time, he manages his temples. His headache is persistent. When he sees you watching him in the rear view mirror, he raises a hand. Everything's fine, it's cool. He smiles like someone slowly sobering up. Weariness replacing the alcohol, stress taking over giddiness. You stop the car, your passenger waits for a second. Then all of a sudden, he just woke up. He realizes you're at the bar. Already? Yes. He pays his fare, but he's frozen in place. A piece of advice. Pay the first round. Yeah, that's a good way to start. He says, I'm so scared. In any case, he flashes you a grin. Thank you. I don't quite remember what I said, but thank you. He jumps out of the taxi so quickly you'd think someone kicked him in the ass. You follow his stocky figure with your gaze. He goes into the bar, looks for his friends, and waves. You drive off. Is this a kid? Children, Childeric T. Prahan. Oh, my good friend, I need tea to ride for. The car door opens, your passenger enters wearing a rather heavy looking suit of armor. The plate metal clanks as he settles in. The horns seem dangerously close to the roof. Air guesto, my lord. I think this is the best one I could take. The knight recoils a little, perhaps in surprise. Ah, take at me not for thy superior, for I beat Lord to none. Yeah, I am thy humble servant, just as thou art mine. In sooth, since thou askest, ride onward, my friend, to Notre Dame, that most noble of Catholic cathedrals, the jewel of the most magnificent city of Lutetia. Ah, Lutetia, in sooth, it's called Paris by the common name. Paris, that city of steel and stone. Noble stone, worn away by the ages, glorious steel, tempered by fire, the entire world. Ah, the world looking in awe at its wondrous face, its monuments soaring to the heavens, singing praise to the mighty guardians of the citadel. He falls silent for a moment, then eventually leans in a little closer. Well then, I pray thee to the forecourt, forecourt of Notre Dame de Paris. You nod and turn the key in the ignition. We start the cab at last. The vibration of the cab sets your passenger's armor jangling. From time to time, his board makes a funny humming sound. The ride through Paris continues in silence. The city is just picking up delivery trucks, the first buses of the day, and half asleep pedestrians fill the streets. You feel a yawn creeping up your spine. Stifle a yawn, yawn. You muzzle tighten to prevent your mouth from opening. Your eyes glaze over. Right. The ride continues in silence. From time to time, your passenger shifts positions, and so does his plate metal. You are nearing the streets around Notre Dame now. The night leans in towards you. Ah, the majestic towers appeareth yonder. What a tremendous sight! Oh, the marvel of it. Just think, it took dozens, oh, scores of years to build it. He looks out the window as you stop the cab. My fellowship has cometh. In the early morning light, you see a gathering of warriors and soldiers, of musicians and witches. What's going on? My comrades in arms, my sisters and brothers. We are all going to Fontainebleau for 3 days for 3 moons. We will visit the forest of Brerhoon, the birthplace of Trogral the Rash. Your passenger is rummaging through his armor. I know, I put my wallet in here somewhere. He digs around for a minute. Pinches a finger. Damn it! And eventually pulls out money for the fare. You watch as he tries to remove himself from the cab. First himself bodily helmet down and as to not to damage the roof. Next his sword with a clattering on the pavement, and lastly his shield, which no longer seems to fit through the door. Good day, my dear fellow, fare thee well. The knight salutes you. You watch him as he joins a group of friends. There are cries of admiration all around. You recognize your passenger with the rabbit ears. He and the knight greet each other, compliments flying thick and fast. You turn the key in the ignition. I'll listen to radio for some time. I think I'll listen to the news. You happen upon the nighttime news. The bystander being questioned about the judge is convinced the murders are linked to organized crime. It's so obvious to him he doesn't go into any detail. As soon as the news is over, you turn the radio off so that the cab is silent again. Wait a minute. No, nothing here. I think I picked this woman up. You slow down a bit, you just been hit with a migraine. You crack your window, icy Parisian air fills the cab. You need to rest. You need coffee. You need to close your eyes. Just a minute. One tiny minute. You don't need to sleep. You raise your head and see yourself sitting in the back seat. Your gut clenches. No, it's more like someone is pulling your guts out. Yeah, I look like shit, I know. No surprise considering all the crap I ate, right? He smirks, or maybe it's just a smile, you can't quite tell. I've just got one thing to say. It won't take too long. You'll be able to get back to defending the weak and poor right after. Maybe cleaning up your reputation and that pretty face of yours. Every once in a while, I picture us on the night Dad died. Remember? Your mouth is burning, like you have hot coals on your tongue. I remember all that hate you had built up inside. It was incredible. It was natural. Natural? He smiles at. To feel so much hate while you're becoming an orphan. Clicks his tongue. You hate that noise. You're fucked up. The shape in the back seat appears to settle in. Plus all that hate, it was aimed at me. You knew it all in my hands. I wanted you dead. I wanted to poke your eyes out. You see his teeth flash in the rear view mirror. But you only had eyes for mom and everybody else. You could tell they weren't doing well. That they didn't get it. You feel a shooting pain in your arm every time neighbors, friends came to the door to offer their condolences. They said they were sorry that he was too young. You wanted to scream at them, tell them they didn't understand anything. But you kept your mouth shut, didn't you? He's almost whispering now. You're always the weaker of us two. He remains silent for a moment. You see, our brother, he was the devil incarnate, but he always practiced what he preached. If you were him, you'd already have stopped the killer with your balls alone. But no, you prefer to make a deal with the police, with every bastard in the city of Paris. A silence chilling. You
You're gonna die alone, man. Cause I'm telling you right now, I'm not gonna hang around. The shadow moves in front of the cab. By the time you realize it was just a car, you are alone in the cab. Then close your eye, hoping your migraine will subside. You feel exhausted. You sit for a few minutes and then start driving again. The purr of the motor is strangely warm and comforting. Let's go to this guy. Saint Gwen. Salim Wadjan. Whoa. Salim Wadjan. One of the suspects. You immediately recognize the passenger who just climbed into the back seat of your cab. His face has been plastered all over the news for the last few weeks. He's a lawyer who is representing a woman. He gives you an address and you start driving. He holds your gaze in the rearview mirror like he's trying to read your mind. You drive across a virtually empty Paris. A lawyer nervously consults his shoes. Everything's alright? He answers without looking up. Yes. You get the message and leave him alone. You continue driving without saying a word. Your passenger mutters. Why did he say that to the cops? He's not taking this seriously, doesn't get it. Idiot. There again, he says it again. Is he contradicting himself or just? You glance in your mirror. The lawyer looks like a smaller version of himself. You sure everything alright? He closes his eyes and remains silent for a while. You see him start to break. I can't take it anymore. Takes a deep breath. He loses control of his voice. This guy is a real asshole. He is not just a monster, he is a total idiot. Tears form at the corners of his eyes. I have never seen such a moronic defendant. You know what it's like to defend a moron? You know what it's like to get only 3 hours of sleep a night so you can defend a fucking moron? Do you have any idea? He yelled so loudly the windows shake. I'm sorry. When he answers, his voice is icy cold. No need to apologize. There's nothing to be sorry about. He pauses barely just in time to take a deep breath. Jesus effing Christ already. He kicks the seat in front of him. Jesus. He calms himself down. He steadies his breath. I am the one who agreed to it. I actually fought to represent him. It's my own damn fault I am being dragged through the mud. He raises his hand, snickers. Yeah, I admit it. At first I thought it was pretty great. Being on TV, all the interviews, journalists asking my opinion about everything. I shook so many hands, said so many words, sentences, yet I actually said nothing. When I worked in the hood, not a single person cared about my work. And now in 5 hours, I have to be on the radio, in 7 on TV. He pauses, breathes, his voice sounds further and further away. You should get some rest. He chuckles. Rest? No way. Actually, it's simple. I almost never sleep. When I lie in bed, I stare at the ceiling and go over the evidence in my head. He sits up.
It's barbaric, disgusting, so horrific, it's almost unreal. He lets out a sigh from somewhere deep in his body. And then I discover my client bought nails, the nails that were in the bombs at the corner market. And he kept the receipt. He kept the fucking receipt. Folded it in half and I slipped it into his wallet. That's what I see when I close my eyes. Disemboweled bodies and a receipt for €2 worth of the nails. Why? He raises his voice quite high. Why, for God's sake? I thought he could expense it when he got to heaven. He pauses. So stupid and also dangerous. He disgusts me. He revolts me. Why defend him then? Because everyone has a right to an attorney, above everyone without exception. Otherwise, justice is no longer just. His fit of rage subsides, his fingers are shaking. When I signed on, I thought I'd be representing someone crazy, and I find out he's just a moron who played too many video games. The guy has never even read the holy book they used to justify their so-called acts of martyrdom. He read a few passages online. Passages online. Do you have any idea what a complete moron he is? He chuckles. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. I shouldn't have said all that. He takes a deep breath. I don't have anyone else to talk with about it. All the other lies avoid me just like the plague. My mother can't understand why I am doing this. She is so ashamed. She went back to Algeria. He's shaking. I get the shame. What I don't get is when people just lump things together. I'm not a terrorist. I'm not a murderer. You made the right choice. No one else would do it. So what? Do I get a prize? No, I get spit on every day. Why? For a moron. We could hang him right here, right now, and no one, I'm telling you, would shed a tear. He stays quiet for a moment, catches your gaze. That's why I keep doing this. He slows his breathing. For equality, our country has founded on it. These rights have been abused far too often for me to look at the other way. His anger seems to be lifting. The taxi has almost reached its destination. In the back seat, the lawyer is much calmer, his voice is soft. I needed to be reminded of this. This will serve as a lesson. He looks at you in the mirror and bores into you with his gaze. It's odd, isn't it? That I ran into you tonight. I mean, as if. No, forget it. You pull over, he faces Pear. Wait, don't take this the wrong way, but he hands you another bill. Yeah, this is for you for listening, for hearing what I had to say. You slide the bill in your pocket. He looks relieved, gather his belongings strewn across the back seat. As he's getting out of the cab, you realize he left an envelope behind. For a second, only tiny second, you hesitate. It could be something important. You forgot something. You can tell he's uncomfortable. He doesn't say another word. He gets out of the taxi, walks a few steps away, and turns around to wave at you before entering a bistro. Drive off. Who is this guy? Peter DJ Watson Covello, Fort de Versailles. Your the door opens and your passenger collapses into the back seat. His eyes are hidden behind a pair of dark glasses. His clothes reek of sweat and booze a clubber. He mumbles his destination and you start driving. A few words are exchanged, the weather, taxis, traffic. Then you can tell it's coming, the inevitable conversation about the killer. Some bits of information, rumors, things overheard. You make a mental note of what you heard. Who knows, it might come in handy. Your mind wanders, your eyes vaguely scan the store windows. The sodium light coming off the street lamps feels like it's dripping into your brain. You're falling asleep, you need a bit of music to keep you awake. You glance at your passenger. Do you mind if I put a little music on? He waves his hand as if to say, who cares? You turn the radio on, pressing on the dial to find a station you like. 80s rock ballad too soft. Behind you, your passenger is snoring barely, but you can hear him. A tonal classic music sounds like the orchestra is badly tuned. Try not tonight. A female poet being interviewed about her latest book. You recognize the inimitable voice of one of your passengers. An ad interrupts the torment of words and you change the station. Classical music again, the flute grates on your ears. Electronic music, you like the rhythm but just aren't in the mood. Stop. You lift your hand from the dial, the music plays on. Not bad. Turn it up so I can hear better. He leans forward. Not bad at all. You hear the touch of an accent, probably an American, but someone who's lived most of his life in France. Leave it on until they say the musician's name. The music continues, there's something turning in the background, a persistent melody that gets higher and higher. Your client mumbles, I bet. The song is coming from an end, and the announcer in the piercing foghorn voice throws out the name of the DJ. Throws out the name of a DJ you never heard of. DJ Blunt. I knew it. You like his stuff? Yeah, it's good product. It's pretty conventionally structured, but it's super popular. He snickers. Still, I thought that Jude everything, he knows everything. In 94 at the party at the Rex Club, there was this kid who started buying me around. He waves his hand around. A kid no older than 17. I thought he was hitting on me. He chuckles. He would have been disappointed. He shakes his head. No, he wanted me to teach him how to spin. I told him no, but you can watch. And that's exactly what he did every week until we moved to the Osiris. He sold X to Pays Wayne. He briefly snickers and now he's on the radio. Silence fills the cab, waited silence. You can tell your passenger's mind is spinning. You know what he did this summer? He was the opener for the soccer championship at Stade de France. It was huge. Wonder what people think if they knew he was selling drugs at 17. He lowers his voice a bit. If they only knew. Your passenger car clams up. You notice a woman crossing the street at the crosswalk. She speeds up as she walks by. Two men talking loudly. We ran into each other in Ibiza 4 or 5 years ago. You almost jump at the sound of his voice. I was spinning in this little club, yeah, really little, but it was something. He totally ignored me, of course. Even in those dark glasses, you can see how angry he is. DJ motherfucking cunt. He suddenly starts waving his arms around. He rummages through his pocket as he says, "Ah, your radio? Can it take a flash drive?" You glance at your radio, you don't really know what he's talking about. No, only CDs. Oh, no worries. He lays his phone in the space between the two front seats. Listen to this, it's what I played tonight, it's mine. He sets his phone to play. But you know, people were barely dancing. A drum machine playing a hard edged beat in the background. They were talking each other, taking each other's pictures. Four notes start to dance in the cab. They barely touch, never kiss anyone. A perfect dance beat becomes progressively audible. All that a purely electronic crescendo place is over. There is a break in the music. Synthesized strings calm the song down without slowing it down. At least the song is getting intense again, exposed as your passenger drifts off. I got people dancing. The song keeps going for another minute, then stops. Your passenger doesn't budge. You drive to the rhythm of his snoring. The sound fills the cab. Ideas are bouncing through your head like they do every time you find yourself alone. This guy in the back seat is too old to be young. You look at your own hands, they look like they're suddenly aging in time lapse. You close your eyes a second, only a second. When you open them, you reach your destination and have pulled over to the sidewalk. You tap your passenger's knee and he wakes with a start. Shit, yeah. Hey, sir. Ah, yes, great. He rummages through his pockets and hands you a few rumpled bills for free. Thanks, I hope you liked it. Silence. The music, I mean, my music, the song I played you. I should have been in the spotlight, you see. 15 minutes of fame. Just a minute of. He stifles a burp. You hear him mumble as he leaves the taxi. Those whiskey and oranginas really screw with my system. You see him stagger towards his building. It takes him several tries to get the door open. He finally disappears inside. You heave a long sigh. Okay, come on. Where should I go? Where should I? I think I'll pick up that woman. Purva Rao. I'm headed to Charles de Gaulle Airport. Distance 11.63. Where? Wow. Your next passenger is alone and waiting for you on the sidewalk. She gets in the cab and whispers, "Hello." She has no handbag or suitcase, just a small handmade sign with an Indian name printed on it. Charles de Gaulle, please. She is young with a soft and slight accent. Her face shows no emotion. Her fingers play with the small gold chain around her neck. Is it the only piece of jewelry she has on? It is the. You drive, glancing back at her from time to time. Her head seems to be elsewhere. Everything all right, miss? She nods her head, gently crackling a tiny smile. It's really early. The first planes to come in are the worst. Everyone is exhausted and half asleep. Yes, exactly, and I must confess, I don't really want to go there. A tiny smile lights her face up for a split second before disappearing. Ah, family? My future husband. Well, future? I've never even met him. Her accent suddenly becomes stronger. You know this habit well. Just before confiding in you, passengers tend to relax into their natural accent. I'm sure he's a great guy, as they say here. Sadness appears in her voice. But I don't know him at all. My parents chose him. It's crazy, isn't it? Are you shocked? I think I'll say no. A sad smile washes briefly over her face. It's tradition, or at least it used to be. My parents are a bit old school, even by current standards in India. I chose to study here and not in England like my sisters. She flashes a smile. I fell in love with Paris and decided to stay. I almost never go home. Actually, this is home now. Anyway, my parents insist I meet him. He decided to make the trip, saying he had a meeting as a pretext. It's hard to hold it against them, it's unacceptable. No, you don't understand. This is just the way things are. And I knew it would happen one day. They have been talking about it for ages. I tried to avoid the subject. It's understandable from their perspective. I mean, it worked for them, right? Sense something bubbling up anger before she freezes. Some people refuse to let their emotions out. She slowly regains control of her body. What day trips would you recommend outside Paris? Nearby? She nods. Versailles, of course. It's really beautiful. Definitely worth it. Her face lights up. Oh, yes, perfect. I'm sure he'll like that. Oh, there's Fontainebleau. There's a huge park, very wild if he likes hiking. I don't really know. She smiles shyly. You prefer you prefer to say nothing. The airport is not much further. Something about the young woman makes you feel uncomfortable. She looks as if she's about to scream but is holding it in. Time passes and silence fills the gap. Which terminal? Your question startles her. Terminal C, 2C, I think. It's supposed to be a nice day out today.
Is it an Indian airline? Indeed. Then it's definitely sushi. The flights come in very early. Yes, very early. Thank you. You park the car in front of Terminal 2C. Your passenger grabs her sign and exits the cab. She pauses for a second as if she were about to say something. Then she disappears. Oh, night is over. You have met Emily. She's the actress. Emily helped you with your investigation. You have met Jean Noel. She's the drunkard. Oh, yeah. You have met Pierrette. He's the gay. Yeah, Pierrette told you he was gay. Pierrette told you about James. Pierrette threw up. Pierrette threw up again. You advised Pierrot to talk to his colleagues. You dropped Pierrot off with his colleagues. You have met Childrek. You have met Hussein. I think his brother, right? The devil. You have met Salim Wadian. This is Salim Wadian. The suspect. You have met Peter, DJ Watson. You fell asleep. You have met Purva. Purva talked about her husband to be. Oh, it's all right. Well, do you take a few minutes to update your board with new clues? Bus goes for maybe Malshik. Crack your knuckles in the jaywalk. So, anything in the new clues? There are no new clues, but some clues are with the board. Homeless man seen around crime scene 2 and 3. Victim 2 stolen wallet. Plus height less than 1 meter 80. Victim 4 responsible for Victorian scandal. Never tried. Victim 3 suspected member of the process known to have tortured prisoners. Message on the crime scene 3 linked to the process. Message on crime scene 3 time is up. Colonel of the junta process. The process is connected with the process. Claudia Campos. Now there's no. Oh, he's already gone.
Oh, Pierrot. That guy, the Pierrot is the. What do you say? He's gay. Yeah, the gay guy. Claudia Campos. I think he's the murderer. I think she's only connected with one crime scene, but is the third. Kalnal Jujuntaka. I think Salim Vardian is only connected with victim 1, crime scene 1, the Nover with one other people. She was connected with scene 3 crime. He was connected with even with victim 4. I think this is the guy. I think this guy Herb Grailo. The evenings of the day run through your head. Streets, the passenger, their faces, their problems. You open one eye.
You slept badly. Sometimes you're so tired you can't sleep to get any rest. You'd like to understand how that's even possible. Fragments of a dream are still lingering. A strange animal, half deer, half seahorse, was trying to kiss you on the mouth. You get up quickly to forget all that. And a few minutes later, you're outside of your studio. Where is his family? I reckon, I think he saw. He said he had a family. He had kids. But where is his family? There's no eyewitnesses. Maybe I should go here again. This woman, it's already got inspiration. She's the poet, right? A lot of people are a lot. Yeah, she's the poet. Alicia claps the words. I can sense them. They're calling to me. Drive. I don't care where. I just need you to drive. Okay. You turn the key in the ignition. Yes, there. Good. Keep going this way. Her deep, full voice makes you slightly uncomfortable. With closed eyes, she seems like she's in a place far from me, far from the back seat of your taxi. When she starts speaking, there is an odd whistle in her voice, like she has a hole in one of her teeth. Slow down. Frail or fragile. A bit surprised, you look back at her in the mirror. Answer me, frail or fragile? I'm not sure.
Don't think about it. Just say the first one that comes to mind. Frail or fragile. Ah, odd. I wouldn't have thought that of you. After all, frailty applies more to humans than to subject. The whistle in her voice crackles for a second. Both words actually have the same root. A smile spreads across her face. Two words, two units, and life went on and words mixed once again. She pauses. You okay? She doesn't hear your question, but she starts to scream. Go down the street and stop. You speed up in the quiet street. The cold weather has driven away all the passers-by. There. Yes. Good. I've got it. She cries out with joy and it resonates in the cab. I've got it. Look, the words are right there. They are wandering past us like sheep. Like. She explodes with laughter. What words? She immediately stops laughing. She silences you with a wave of her hand. Now I must write. She closes her eyes, her fingers stroke imaginary upholstery. The frail are forced into battle. Together come the children, a son and a daughter standing tall to salute. They will cry, oh yes, they will cry. The eaglets fly behind. The frail will say, your passenger freezes. When she opens her eyes again, she stares at you. What happened? What happens when you sleep? She's waiting for your answer. I have night advice. She tilts her head to the side just a bit. No, that's a lie and you know it. And what happens when you drive? I work. Exactly. You give your time to others. She laughs strangely, almost a snicker, and her eyelids droop. And the son will say, frail father, I want you to come back to life. And the daughter will say, frail father, I want you to come back a winner. The whistle in her voice grates on your ears. The father responds, you must choose. As the eaglet slides upon his shoulders, together they fly off. And thus all began. Fragile, frail, two paths that can't be fooled. A son and daughter will grow up, though not at the same place. When early one morning, 20 years later, they wake up. They wake to the sound of a bugle. A sound will be beaten, churned, and clubbed until he wakes from a 1,000-year nightmare. A nightmare that needed together earth and life, and brought into the world a dream for the daughter and the son. May they learn to live again without their father. Frail and fragile. Frail is fragile. She catches her breath. 11 years. I've been writing this poem for 11 years. Good job. You get the impression? She didn't even hear you. For 11 years, I've been trying to finish the text. It filled with so much, it's infused with my entire life. Its lungs are swollen into my tears. Her breathing is now quite irregular. And it was all waiting right here, in this street, right in front of me. She giggles and thank you. She sighs and places a few bills in front of you, far more than the fare. Stop here and you pull the cab over.
Keep everything, I have nothing more. She gets out of taxi without a peep. Wait. She walks away without responding to your call. It seems to you that it's only an impression, but it looks like she is getting smaller and smaller with each step. Darkness follows her, and you sit there a bit shaken by her poem. You pick up the money, something falls at your feet. You grab onto a small, shiny white seashell with your fingers. You look at it for a second without saying a word. 11 years. The idea makes its way into your brain. You take a minute and drive off. Today there is a scarcity of customers, I think. Which day is it? I don't understand. You slow down. You hear a strange sound, a startling one, like someone is in the trunk. You shake your head, lower your eyes. Slowly, you know what you're about to find there. You dare to glance behind you. He is here. So, piece of shit. Happy to see me again? He reveals his row of pearly whites to white. No worries, I won't be here long. It occurred to me, since your wife left you, you haven't gotten laid, have you? That must be hard on morale, huh? And I mean, there were opportunities. There was Cynthia, that her name, the nurse who changed your bag of piss. He lets out a snicker. Or that chick you never called back. What was her name again? Julie? Exactly. He smiles. Julie. Julie. Pretty Julie. When was it? 5 months back? 6 maybe? Something like that. A passenger, a smile, numbers wrapped in a taxi, a coffee. Her hair cut a bit too short. But you're into short hair, aren't you? You like it when they look like dudes to you, don't you? You lower your eyes. Bits and pieces of the coffee state start to resurface. So why didn't you call her back? Julie, she left you messages. The last syllable hangs in the air. She wanted to see you again, Julie. The last syllable shimmers. She wanted to keep conversing with you, Julie. The last syllable burns. She scared me. He smacks his thigh. There it is. She scared you because he was waiting for you to answer, but you can't get the words out. They're stuck on the tip of your tongue. Because that Julie, she was smarter than you. Because you knew she was gonna talk about shit you wouldn't understand. Because you're too stupid. His posture shifts. It's almost imperceptible, but it's like he is melting into the back seat. You're too stupid. You lose your temper. You turn around to scream at him. Just shut the fuck up already. He has vanished. You're alone in the cab. A truck passes you. The sounds of the city slowly come back to life. A metro in the distance, a party on the first floor of a nearby building. You turn the car on but let your fingers linger on the keys. The metal is neither warm nor cold, just reassuring. You stay like that for a second before driving off.
But I'll pick up this one and Miriam Bardot, Bastille, distance. Accept. Your next passenger has overtired look worn by so many young Parisians. She collapses into the back seat and mumbles an address on the other side of the city. You start driving. You discreetly watch her in the rear view mirror. Her face looks familiar. Maybe she's famous, maybe you've driven her before. After a few minutes, you decide she must be a babysitter, young, not necessarily wealthy, an expression of her utter boredom on her face. You often pick up this kind, especially in the nice neighborhoods. You sense your passenger wants to talk about the killer. It's simple. Since the first murder, everyone thinks they know something. Everyone thinks they saw something. And this passenger is no exception. Having a good evening? She raises her head. Yeah, yeah. She falls silent again. The silence lasts a few seconds. Out your window, Paris is just beginning to fall asleep. Occasionally, you catch her glancing discreetly at you, like maybe she recognizes you too. Several minutes go by before she dares break the silence. May I ask you something? She leans forward slightly. Where you and I have already talked. You may not remember, but I was babysitting for an Iranian family, and she leaves her sentence and I don't remember. She only shakes her head. Oh well, it's not at all the same situation anywhere. These are new clients. I think I'm in love with the father, and I think you speed up unconsciously. In love? Yes, in love. She smiles at you, then looks quickly outside the road. It's late. A few pedestrians are walking up the street, heads buried in their coats and scarves. I can't stop thinking about him. There's something warm about him and the way he moves. He's so sweet, a bit distant, maybe a bit disconnected. You think you have a chance? She shakes her head. No, not in the slightest. He loves his wife. It's obvious he loves her. I can see the love in his eyes when he looks at her. Same with his son. No, no chance whatsoever. She snickers. It's not really my style to fall in love so easily. Actually, that never happens to me. I've had a few boyfriends, one girlfriend, nothing serious, nothing, no real attachment. But this, she opens her eyes wide. She's speaking to herself more than to you. Her fingers slide over the window as she leaves a message you can't see from the front seat. That's why I left him a message tonight. A message? A letter, yes, that I slipped into his coat pocket. Her, her eyes start to wander again. She's elsewhere. He used to play rugby. He's got an amazing build. He's got a bit of a belly now and it pulls on his shirt buttons. Her eyes twinkle. I love it. It makes me melt. When I close my eyes, I picture him. She stops as if she'd only just realized she wasn't alone in the taxi. What if his wife
finds the letter, so be it. I'll file I'll find other kids to sit for. It'll be a bit sticky since the babysitting world in Paris is so small. She smiles, a little for herself and little for you. You can't quite tell if she's being sarcastic or not. I just had to give it a try. I want him to hold me, to hug me tight. A wave of sadness washes her over her. But she leaves her sentence hanging for quite a while. You can tell she's unraveling the knots of the story in her mind. It's like I don't even exist. His wife takes care of everything. She calls me, pays me, orders the cab. She's lovely, adorable actually. And the little kid is an angel, always smiling, always in the good mood. He She needs a moment to complete her sentence. He barely says hello. It's like I don't even exist. She looks away. You almost reached your destination. Silence fills the cab. The young lady leans forward suddenly, like she is surprised to find herself at the end of her street near her building. I should be ashamed, shouldn't I? Her eyes are filled with tears. She is shaking a bit. You hear from the tone of her voice that she is panicking. Hard to say. She stares at you for a second before sniffling back her tears. I'm too. Yes, of course, I should be ashamed of myself. What am I trying to accomplish, huh? Her face falls as a reality of what she's just done makes its way in, breaking his family up. Her questions hang in the air as you pull over to the sidewalk. I'm 19, he's twice my age. I'm still in school, I live with my mom, I don't even have a driver's license. She sighs, slowly gathering her thoughts. Wow. She lets a giggle pop through the wall of emotions she's wearing on her face. It quickly subsides. Thank you. I think I needed to hear that. She pauses. I'm such a fucking idiot. She pays her fare and gets quickly out of the cab. She practically runs to her building, unlocks the door, and throws herself into the lobby. You slowly release the steering wheel and stop to catch your own breath. You take a moment and turn the key in the ignition. I think he's the man, she's the woman. I don't know who she is. What is who is she or he? Xavier to say gonna need a taxi soon. You pull up next to the sidewalk in a calm, nondescript alleyway. No sign of your passenger. The cobblestones gleam calmly underneath the street lamps. A cat jumps from one building to another. Two men are fighting in the shadows. You sit up abruptly, something is shining in the darkness as one of those Japanese sabers just reflected off a street lamp. You put a hand on the door handle ready to run. But the saber falls to the ground and a sound rings through the alleyway. One of the two men crumples. The other walks around your taxi with determination. At the very last minute, just as the door is about to open, you recognize the passenger from before, the one who thinks he's a superhero. We can go same address as last time. He appears to be out of breath, but his voice is calm and poised. What's going on? What of the other guy? I'll tell you in a minute. First, start driving. The police are on their way and I don't want to run into them. Neither do you. I don't want to get you mixed up in all this. You put your foot on the accelerator. Behind you, in the rear view mirror, you can see the lights in the several apartments flick on. Apparently, the flight woke up some of the neighbors. Fight. I. He stops out of breath. Are you hurt? Yeah, I'm okay. He tenses his muscles, his chest inflates. He catches his breath. In the space of a few seconds, his heartbeat has returned to normal. I'm sorry, but another deep breath. I think I shit my pants a little. Hard to say since he has a mask on, but you're pretty sure he's looking you straight in the eyes. But don't you worry, there are no marks. I was just so scared. When he pulled his katana out, man, I was like, that's it, it's over. You had a good life, and now he's going to cut you up like a turkey. But actually, I handled it. He pauses, nods. You sense him sitting up straighter. Yeah, I handled it. I handled all the hell out of it. But what happened? I'm investigating a sort of organization like mob type. They're forcing kids to work in this squat. They're sorting through jewelry and wallets. Sometimes they're sent out to panhandle. Girls are sent to. I mean, you get the gist, right? But the police aren't doing anything about it. Why? No idea. First off, the kids aren't French. The organization is tied to the Albanians and this not so nice German guy. They have ties with an extremely right wing organization with connections to two police captains. I came to get photos. I want to alert the press. Outside, an ambulance crosses your path. No sirens, no lights. It almost looks like a moving van. And while I was going about my business, that guy jumped me this katana. Scared me to death. He pauses for a while, his body is radiating heat. Any hotter and he'd start to smoke. That's really risky. Yeah, it's dangerous, but not what's most important. He clears his thought. I'm about to say will probably sound pretty weird. Okay? Another breath. This one is deep and long, almost moving. Since I've been chasing this organization down, I really feel like I'm doing something useful. Like I can really make a difference. Oh, and shit. That makes it all worth it. He pauses. Would it be okay if I just got some shut eye for the rest of the trip? I think I need to. He falls asleep mid sentence. You crack your window to let some fresh air in. The trip continues in silence with you at the wheel and a masked hero in the backseat. What if you take in martial arts classes? What if we had known how to defend yourself? Maybe that night you shake your head. There's no point thinking about it. He or she snuck up on you, attacked you from behind. You still have doubt of 10 minutes left. You still have about 10 minutes left before reaching your destination. Newly always has the same effect on you, one of surprise.
You'd be surprised to be reminded of his own town next to Paris. Calm, pointless, unremarkable, boring as hell. At long last, you pull up in front of the driveway you dropped your passenger off at last time. He wakes with a start. Already? You grin. Yes, already. I could have slept for about 20 more hours. He glances at your dashboard. I have an essay to turn in 6 hours from now. Wish me luck. Good luck. I don't really have a choice. I'm not planning on making a career out of. He points at best he can to his bruised body. This, unless I get into merchandising, mugs, t-shirts, then maybe. He sighs and stretches for a while. Something in his neck cracks. Anyway, shower, breakfast, essay, sleep, that's the plan. He pays the fare and rushes into his building a few seconds later. You sit still alone. Once the coast is clear, you check the back seat to make sure it's clean. It is no trace of blood. You sigh in relief and drive off. Wow, profits. Oh, I need to get the diesel. You pull over and stop at the gas station. Not a soul in sight. The fluorescent lights irritate your eyes and the smell of tea is wafting up from the safe space in between the pumps. It's self-service here, you pay directly at the pump. The mini mart over there, it must sell newspapers. Person behind the counter must see and hear things, might be worth asking a couple of questions. You sigh and get out of your taxi. The cold grips your heart. You walk into the mini mart. The clerk behind the counter is undoubtedly the most ordinary person you've ever seen. Yup. I need newspaper. I do. Losing ticket. No luck. Talk with the clerk. Say, a guy like you, someone who spends most nights here, you must know something about the killer, right? He raises his head and seems almost happy you brought it up. The guy behind the counter barely looks at you as you leave. Fill it up, 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 fill it up. Wow. What the hell? At that place, 90 feet, it's 95, it's 68 here. Oh, there's nothing here. Oh. Let's leave the gas station. You get into taxi and drive away. I think I'll get this woman. I think Lola Hopkins. Good duo, please. Let's hear her story. The next passenger is heavily pregnant. You go to help her inside, but she waves you away with a hand. I'm fine. Judging from her accent, she's not from Paris, not from France, English, or maybe American. Things just take a bit longer these days. She settles in, adjusting her coat around her huge belly. You gun the accelerator and set off. Instinctively, you find yourself driving more deliberately, not slower. Just carefully. You regard the woman in the mirror. She's staring out of the window with a 1,000-yard stare, her hands wringing themselves around each other like a fistful of snakes. She glances at you at the back of your hand. Your French is pretty good. I know. Where are you from? She sighs deeply. It's obviously not the first time she's heard the question. I'm from the UK. Wait, Manchester. I'm from Manchester. I mean, that's in the UK, but the distinction is important, especially these days. Say the UK and everyone assumes you're from London. I fucking hate London. We've driven a fair few British people over the years. Most don't speak a word of French. Many had an odd sense of pride in their lack of language ability. But accents aside, the young woman behind you is fluent. I didn't mean to offend. She looks away from the window and into your eyes. You try to smile. Her face softens. Don't worry about it, you get used to it. There are once things you could have opened with. She shifts uncomfortably. How far along are you? It's normal for cabbies to ask extremely personal questions from the get-go. It's normal for me, you start. Some people like to talk, helps the ride pass quicker. Does it now? She squirms a little, a small grimace passing over her face. 7 months. Feels like more. Feels more like 17. You any idea how hard it is going for a piss in a crowded shopping center, carrying another human around like a tucking personal bus service? Another human whose favorite pastime just so happened to be giving your bladder a swift kick every 20 minutes. She blows out a sigh. It sounds like hot air escaping a kettle. It's pretty fucking hard. Her tone is harsh, but looking back, you see her hand stroking her belly and a small smile linger briefly on her lips. She's a feisty one, that's for sure. That's her French side. She's half French. Not sure it's half. I'm the one doing the heavy lifting. But definitely a good third or so, yeah. That's why I'm over here. Ahmad insisted that little bugger pops out over here. Get herself gets herself a EU passport. The smile on her face dies in place. And she stares out of the window again. And he needed to get out of the UK after everything that happened. He didn't like it there? He liked it fine, really got on with pasties for some reason. It was the country that decided it didn't like him. or me. I mean, no one thought it was actually going to happen. You'd see the champagners out on the streets, remain and leave. You'd pass them off as fanatics or something. It wasn't into politics. I wasn't into politics, but when it's on the news every night, something leaks through. Something gets you thinking. Ahmad was more into it than I was, kept bringing home these flyers. Blue for remind, red for sleeve, red for leave. Like it was a fucking primary school popularity contest or something. You look back and notice her hand go to her mouth. She starts plucking nervously at her bottom lip. Must have been scary. Nothing was ever positive. Every argument, every headline, non-stop fucking negativity. Fucked if we stay, fucked if we leave. Promises from every side, numbers, predictions, posters, billboards. A few weeks before the vote, no word of a lie. The fucking whole city felt like a bomb about to explode. People at work kept getting into slanging matches about this bit or that bit. How could you possibly think versus you don't know what you're talking about? When the result came back, there was about 20 minutes of celebration. Then the brakes kicked on something harsh. Walking to work that morning, you couldn't help but judge everyone. Like, I wonder which way she voted. There were a couple of fights at work, like proper fights, fists swinging all over the place. If there's one thing insecure fucking men need, it's something to throw punches about. How did you feel? Like everyone else, I suppose, confused, scared. By the afternoon, you could see none of the folks in London knew what to do. Did you see those leave cunts on TV supposed to be jumping up and down about winning and they are stood there looking like they shared the bet? Which was, ironic cause that's exactly what they did. Now we're God knows how many months since and fuck all's happened except everyone's even more scared. Things got real bad after. Ahmad had a few run-ins with Brexiteers, the hardline knobs with Union Jack hoodies and Winston Churchill tattoos. Most just told him to fuck off home. He could deal with that, he'd had the same over here. But one group, we were together one time and a group of them told me to fuck off with him, called me a traitor. Idiot squared up to them, things got tense. First time I'd ever been glad to see a copper. So yeah, we fucked off. Wasn't worth it over there. Ahmad jobs had dried up anyway. No one wanted to hire a foreigner. Been staying with his lot over here ever since spare room. His mum don't speak a word of the Queen's. Her dad tries, bless him. They love baked beans. She smiles to herself. But now this one's almost here. I don't know. I don't fucking know. She shifts again, the seat creaking under her weight. That's a sound you seldom hear. What would you have done? I mean, if you lot ever have a Brexit vote or something, how would you vote? I would to leave. I read an article in the newspaper about you wanting to limit driving time per day for safety reasons. Another about how they wanted to regulate the type of cigarettes we can import. Something about the bendiness of bananas even. You shake your head. I don't know a whole lot about it all, but seems to me we'd be better off making our own rules.
Your answer seems to shake your passenger. She tugs on her lip aggressively and her other hand balls itself into a fist. She sniffs. Everyone was so scared after the vote, yeah, but before and all, we had the Remain side telling us how fucked we were if we left. The Leave was telling us how fucked we'd be if we stayed, but I saw mom raise me and my brother on nothing. Nothing. Benefits didn't amount to anything. No one wanted to help a blank single mother provide for her kids. And then we get these fuckers turning up at our house telling us how much worse off we'd be if we leave. I mean, how much worse could it have gotten? When you're in the shit, change becomes very fucking attractive. If you had if you had people offering you the same old, and others pushing for something new, promising change and a new start, how the fuck do you think you're gonna vote when the same old ain't giving you shit? You voted leave. What else was I gonna do? She sucks a gallon of air into her lungs and continues. Before the vote, it was all about making our own laws again, stopping people 2000 miles away telling us how to live. Her accent thickens as her voice cracks. It were about making sure we were looked after, you know. Ma'am's almost on her pension. I just wanted to do best by her. If there was no talk of stopping anyone who ain't English living here, it weren't about that to me. She sniffs again, and now it's all fucked. We pull up to our destination and fumbles. She fumbles her fare over to you. Sorry about all that. No problem, I understand. Yeah, at least over here everything's well over there. I don't have to think about it every moment. I never told Ahmad that I, voted the way I did. He wouldn't understand. She moves to leave, you go to help again, but she smiles and refuses at you. Really, it's okay. But I appreciate the offer. Makes me feel welcome. A few moments later, she waddles slowly to a door. Her hands continue to twist themselves into shapes as she waits for an answer until finally she disappears inside. You sigh and set off into the night. Maybe I will do. Maybe I will. I want to pick this man up. I think. I think I will pick this man up for this. Whatever. I think I already picked that woman, but Annabelle Robert, Charles D. Well Airport, please. No, I didn't pick her up. The passenger slips into the back seat, dragging a backpack that apparently weighs it on. Do you want to put that in the trunk? She refuses politely with a shake of the hand. Thanks, but I'm going to have to get used to keeping it with me. It's going to be on my back for an entire minute. Smile and start the car. A glance in the rear view mirror, your passenger is rather young and the camera around her neck looks very expensive. Her backpack, scarf and clothes are fairly worn. Going on vacation? A small, almost nervous laugh escapes her. Yeah, I guess you could say that. She looks out the window at the passing road. It's like going personal. Sorry about that. So then you aren't going on vacation. Sorry about that. A second or two goes by before your passenger can even bring herself to look at you. It's fine. It's me. I've been on edge lately. She shrugs. I'm sorry. She's watching you, senses she can talk to you, lowers her gaze. I'm on my way to Greece to join an NGO rescue vessel. An NGO? An association that helps migrants trying to make the crossing. And I'm going to do a story on them. Oh, are you a journalist? She smiles the first since you set off. Yeah, a photojournalist. They make the crossing even in winter. They make the crossing whenever they get the chance, regardless of the time of the year or the weather. The EU just closed its surveillance and rescue program. Only non-governmental associations are doing anything to help now. So I'm on my way. I volunteered. I even made a fuss to get the assignment. Her tone of voice is increasingly shrill. I read what's going on here. Your passenger's phone starts to ring. As she glances at the caller's name, her face freezes. She sighs, a troubled smile flickering across her face, and takes the call. Hi, Dad. I'm in the cab, right? Yeah, I told you I tried, but he wouldn't change his mind. Come on, Dad. I already told you I'll be fine. They wouldn't be sending me if there were. She moves the phone a bit farther from her ear. Come on, Dad. Stop. Dad, listen. Everything is going to be fine. I'll be there for 20 days with a group of professionals who have been doing this for years. That's right, a group of rescue professionals. Would you just stop? She sighs heavily. It's no use. She's been down this road 1,000 times. Help her out. We're about to get to a tunnel, mademoiselle. You're going to cut out. The young woman looks up at you in surprise, and then her face lights up. Did you hear that? I have to go. I'll call you back as soon as I'm. He's interrupted again. That's right, I'll call back. She hangs up, wide-eyed, and breathes a long sigh. My parents, they can be a little much at times. She smiles. Anyhow, thanks for jumping in there. You can sense the tension, the wave of frustration and anxiety welling up inside of her. Her unhappiness and anxiety are palpable. She closed her eyes, collecting her thoughts, trying to dispel her negative emotions. If only I had a little time. Is there anything I can do to help? Time for what? Are you okay? Time for what? Time to do yoga. It really helps me relax. It's an amazing way to unwind, to calm down and release tension. There must be a yoga room somewhere in the airport. I can pull over if you'd like. It looks at you closely, not sure what to think. What do you mean? There's a gas station up ahead, a rest area for truck drivers. There won't be anyone there right now. Alright, sure, why not? There's no more talk for a few minutes. Your passenger glances out the window every now and then. You drive past the gas station, the main building, the trucks, then get to a small, quiet rest area. A clearing lit up by your headlights, and the moon suddenly appears. There is no one around. The air is cool. The young woman leans in towards you. Is this a place? You nod. It's incredibly calm, as if we were in the middle of the woods. Her eyes take in every detail, every tree and bush. Do you come here often? Whenever I can. She nods, she understands. It's so quiet, even in the middle of the winter, it looks so peaceful. She shuts, she, she reaches for the door handle. You won't leave without me, will you? Of course not. She gets out of the cab and puts her thing on the picnic table. The wind is chilly, she shivers. She gives you one last look, then closes her eyes. For a minute or two, you watch her doing yoga exercise. Her eyes remain closed, her face gradually starts to relax. A truck behind you pulls out of the rest area. This place has a calming effect on you too. So, some summer nights you come here to take a nap. The young woman is stretching now. The headlights cast soft shadows among the dark foliage. In the winter, you smoke a cigarette or two, waiting for potential clients to land. The young woman gets back in the cab. She says nothing, there's no need. You sense she is recovered her calm and is ready to face the rest of her journey. You drive away, leaving behind the clearing, the rest area, the gas station. The young woman is playful. The road keeps passing by, and before long, you're approaching the airport. A moment later, you turn down the radio, the song fades. I'll pull up over here, it'll be easier for you to get out of the cab. You get to the picture drop off zone. A couple of colleagues greet you with a wave. A few bleak looking passengers are struggling with huge suitcases in car trunks. A security guard sitting on a luggage cart smoking a cigarette is clearly exhausted. Your passenger pays the fare, collects her things but doesn't leave the cab. Thank you for getting me out of that horrible phone call. I love my parents, but they are suffocating. It could have gone on for hours, so thank you. I have to go now. I have the feeling my parents were going to call again, might as well go in where it's warm and I am not a disturbance. Take good care of yourself, I will promise. She gets out of the cab with all her gear. Your eye follows her as she heads to the terminal. The airport doors close behind her. You sit there a minute or two all by yourself. There's no one around. May as well head out as soon as possible. Wow, it's over. You have met Francine. You told Francine the truth about her cat. You have met Alicia. There's no achievement here. Alicia finished her poem Fragile. Julie. Again. Oh, yeah. You have met Miriam. You don't remember Miriam at all. Miriam told you about her crush on the dad, and you got involved. You met Xavier again. You have met Lola. You have met Annabelle. Annabelle didn't appreciate your icebreaker. You helped Annabelle keep it together. Annabelle did yoga. Awesome. You take a few minutes to update your board with your new clues. Your neighbor flushes the toilet out of the corner of your eye. You can see the pipe shake. You glance at your bed and get to work. Salam Wadian. Only connected with victim 1, so Salim Wadian, grateful. Alright, victims 2, stolen wallet. Victim 4, responsible for. Alright, victim 2, stolen wallet. Victim 4, killer site. Homeless man. Crime scene 2, you deserve this. Politician, victim 4 is a politician. Victim 2 killed in the only spot without CCTV. You have 5 clues here. Spent bullet case. No sign of violence. Alright. Alright, now put it here and victim 3, Colonel Junta process. Rare gun, weapon used. Linked to mafia. Killer site. I'm rearranging every scene. No sign of violence. Alright, let's end this night now. I think it's the homeless man or the Capola. Let's pick it up. Hello. Hi. It's ice cold. So, she is alongside. There is no background noise. She must not be at this stage. Where are you? I'm. For a second, she thinks she's going to tell you, but then somewhere, none of your business. Light clinking noise, the sound of teacup on the costume. I'm listening. What you got you in? She clears her throat. Her voice sounds louder, more confident. You glance at the wall. The suspects are all lined up. All the evidence, the whole mess of your ideas. Your stomach is in a knot. I don't have to remind you. You cannot get this wrong. I have a meeting in 2 hours with District Attorney and the Chief of the Police. Even the Minister of the Interior will be in the corner of the room somewhere. Obviously, I'm thrilled. Oh, but I certainly don't want to put too much pressure on you. You can almost hear the smirk she must be wearing. You let the receiver down on the table. Now you have to decide. I think it's him. I'm thinking it's him. Her Grailu. Because she is only connected with victim 3. All in this matter, she is not connected with victim 2 or victim 1. She's only connected with victim 1. He's got a gun, but that's all. That's it. He's got a gun. He's seen near the crime scenes. He is somewhat connected to victim 4 too, responsible for child stolen wallet. I think he's the one. Oh no, I think this one is not. Salim Wardian is not. I think he's the homeless man. I think because victim 3 is clear fought with victim 1 and victim 3. I think she's not the one. I think I can accuse this man because he's. I don't know. You pick the phone up, back up, and explain your choice, Lieutenant Buse. By how? The evidence, your sources, she listens without saying a word. When you finish talking, she remains silent but just a second too long. She's not convinced. Listen, are you sure of what you're saying? Because between you, what you told me this morning, and what you're saying now, something's not right. So this is suspect you want to pursue. Claudio is just connected with. Salim Wardian is something else. Wait a minute. Oh no, maybe she's right. You're not sure anymore. But he's homeless man seen around crime scene 2 and 3. Victim 4 responsible for recording scandal. Victim 2 stolen wallet. She's only connected with victim 3. Yeah. Nothing more. He was connected with victim 1, that's all. He just has a gun, that's all. I think I'm going to accuse this man. The phone back up and explain your choice to the lieutenant very quickly. She cuts you off. Okay, we'll follow this lead. I'm going to see what I can do with all this. She heaves a huge sigh. Yeah, I'm going to jail. Shit, I hope for your sake it's good work. And before you can get a word in edgewise, I'll call you tonight. Try to get some sleep. She pauses. No way she's going to hang up on such a positive note. No, she's probably going to. It might be your last night of freedom. She snickers and hangs up. You put the phone down. You might as well be standing in ice cold emptiness of outer space. You decide to go to back bed to sleep. Best way to kill time. With a heavy hand, you wipe your tired face. You lie down on the sofa bed. Frame creaks. The events of the day run through your head. The streets, the passengers, their faces, their problems. Now you had a hard night, restless. You get the information. You age 5 years in the matter of hours. Get up quickly. A few minutes later, you're outside of your studio. What do you get now? You exit your place and see Bousse leaning up against your cab. Yeah, come on, give it to me. Am I right? Am I wrong? She waves at you to get in. You get in, a metallic taste creeps into your mouth. You and I had a deal. Not painfully. Oh, the intel you gave me was total crap. Really, I should not have trusted you. The voice suddenly sounds distant, rumbling. You're going to come with me like a storm, attempting to destroy everything in his past. Everything. Believe me, the DA is dying to meet you. What'll happen next? She'll drag you to the station, blame you for everything. Everyone seems to believe anything she says. All the evidence she has is false. Next day, your face is on the cover of all the newspapers. Your name is on everyone's list. You're the killer everyone's been waiting for. You're fucked. Fucked. Oh my god. So I should start again. Is she the killer? No, I don't think she's the killer. Because she's only connected to victim 3. There's no more evidence she's connected with all the other victims. Maybe he is this is the person, I think. Oh, I don't know now. If the it is the most compelling evidence, if she is the, but she has only one thing. One, he is only connected with one victim, not another victims. Okay, be and night. There's a moment of truth. Picking up, pick it 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 up. Where are you? None of your business. Listening. Ah, what have you got for me? You glance at the wall. The suspects are lined up. All the evidence, the whole mess of your ideas. Your stomach is in a knot. I don't have to remind you. You cannot get this wrong. I have a meeting in 2 hours with the district attorney and the chief of police. Even the minister of the interior will be in a corner of the room somewhere. You can almost hear the smirk she must be wearing. You lay the receiver down on the table. Now you have to decide. Salim Vadian, Claudio Campos. He used guns. Death execution. Can she execute? He can do it. He's a police. There are politicians. I think I'm gonna go with Claudio Campos now. Wait a minute. Maybe I will go to this man. So, Paul Mary Fragonard. Let's try this. I didn't do the full investigation. Okay. Well, let's do it again. Now, get in. Good news, you're right, or at least the DA thinks your evidence is sufficient. No emotion in her voice, she's giving you the facts, nothing more. We're going to bring Fragner in tonight. You know, it's like her expression clouds over. I have trouble. Freezes. Fragner is Fragner is a mentor, mine and half the squads. You can't understand. He's in an institution. She stops giving his a thought. I need your help one last time. Later on tonight, we're going to get Fragner to leave home and find a way to get him into your taxi. She pulls some kind of pen out of her pocket that she puts in little chubby just above the car stereo. This is a bug. Oh. You need a confession? Yeah, if you feel like it, if you think you can manage. I've seen you and heard you enough to know that you have a trick, a gift for getting people to talk. I need someone I can trust to get close to Fragonard without making him suspicious. He's a cop, he knows how we work. No one's ever sent a taxi driver to make an arrest. He won't put up a fight. I hope he'll open up to you, then that he'll confess before things fall apart. Not too far from the hospital where he goes for his treatments, there's an alleyway under construction. There won't be any civilians, just us and him. She sighs. Two teens walk by the cab and intense smell of weed fills the cab. Who said doesn't budge? I know you can do it. If you stick to the plan, nothing can go wrong. But if there's a problem, if you stick to the plan, there won't be any problems. She lays her hand on the door handle. You pick the suspect up, drive to the meeting point, and you're free. Easy as pie. He gets out of the cab, she slams the door and walks quickly away. Shit. You hit the dashboard. The motor comes on. Your night is about to begin. The last night. Where is the fragment? Easy. Why is it pointing to those guys? Homeless man, I think I will talk to the homeless man. Always I will talk. Well, I'm going to the homeless man first. The door opens its halfway, a homeless man like hundreds of others in Paris. You've known each other for years and every now and then he asks a favor of you to driving someplace. Usually he greets you quietly though he always seems a little on edge. Hey buddy, what's up pup? He has a strange verbal tick that you never really understood. You start the cab. The passenger in the backseat is whistling a funny tune. He is in a pretty good mood. You look good. Yeah, thanks. Some days are like that, everything goes your way here.
Belly is full, your buddies are around to help you, you're not cold. He gives you a smile, and then you know you get good news. Really? Really something you're glad to hear. Well, out with it then. Well, that's my ex-wife. She's glad she just got married again, huh? A real love story and all that, just way we like it. You're not jealous? Jealous? He shrugs. I don't believe in being jealous. Being jealous is for jerks, alright. She's happy and I'm too, so why bite yourself up or being jealous? The rear view mirror, your passenger face clouds over as if what he was saying had just sunk in. Suddenly, between clenched teeth, he hisses, "Bore." Look up. What? Didn't you just say whore? Your passenger smiles slightly. Nah, don't worry about it. I was thinking about something else. Suddenly, Harvey opens the cab door. You can pull up over there. I don't want you to get into any trouble. The guys in the squad can be a little on edge. Park the car and Harvey opens the door. Good night and thanks again, Ken. He gives you a smile. A moment later, Harvey passes inside a graffiti-covered building. Its imposing art deco facade mesmerizes you for a moment. And then you start the cab. So, wow. Paul Mary Fragonard, Hospital St. Louis, please. Your next passenger is your suspect, the retired policeman. Judging by his looks, you could have easily guessed. Hospital St. Louis, please. You nod your head and start the engine. Your passenger seems to have his mind elsewhere, not entirely awake, stubble on his chin. You scan his skin, his movement, his attitude. It's cold as shit this morning. His voice makes you jump, you nod. You have more people or not as many when it's cold out like this. Folks tend to stay home when it's too cold. There might be more of them, but they make shorter trips. Makes sense. That's silence. It's worse in summertime though. People don't take cabs as much, but when they do, they go further. Obviously. Drive in silence for a second, the road goes by. You don't want to look inside. Well, you don't want to look in your side mirrors too often. You haven't seen a trace of the cops yet. Usai told you not to worry, but you know it's funny. Just this morning I was thinking about an old case, one of my first cases actually. It was just after the Mersreen case. You know who Mersreen is, don't you? Or am I really that old? You sense it's the right time to get him to talk. Public enemy number one. Exactly. Public enemy number one. I joined the force a few months after his death and everybody was still talking about it. Public opinion was very divided. Did the cops murder Masrin or was it self-defense? I know the answer. They shot him down like a dog. He looks straight at you. You can see that hint of an underground fire roaring deep in his eyes. No, I most certainly do not want to die like a dog, understood. He catches breath and is clearly shaken. He ever so slowly reaches into his pocket and pulls out his weapon. Where did Busse ask you to take me? Huh? Excuse me? Don't take me for a fool. I swear I have no idea what you're talking about. then appears. Shame. I thought I might just get a chance to some honesty in this cold world just once, just to see what it feels like. I dedicated my whole life to the justice system, to getting to the truth. At least that's what I tell myself, and what I say to new recruits. But I'm tired of all the games, all the fucking lies. Where they all order you to take me. She said silent by your answer. I can't figure out if you are guarding me, but I know Busset put you on the case and gave you a copy of the file. We don't know each other too well, so I'm going to give you one last chance to tell me the truth. Busset, you can see his finger on the trigger. It's taking over. So, how much does he know? I don't know. A stench of gunpowder fills the cab. Your vision is blurred for a while. You can't feel your legs anymore, and a shock of heat steaming down your spine. The taxi slows and ends up running into the car parked along the side of the road. The impact sets its alarm off. Its lights shower the street with red and yellow. I'm sorry. Sorry it turned out like this. You deserve better, you know. You're so focused on helping others that you forget to take care of yourself. You want to speak, but no sound comes out. I read your file, you know, what you did for your sister-in-law, taking 7 years in jail for her. Not, she said. You deserve better. Oh my. Your neck muscles give out and you had to elapse bits of outside world make it in. Maybe not in the right order. The door closing. The backseat empty. A shape coming out to the cab screaming, shouting. And just like that, darkness. What the? Seventh night? I think I'll pick up this woman. He slow down. It turns into stale cigarette smell. Then again. So piece of shit. Happy to see me again? Reveals a low of pearly whiteness, too white. No worries, I won't be here long. I wonder why I'm not in the driver's seat. Here, knuckle crack, but neither of you budged. Either knuckle crack, if I were behind the wheel and you were in the back of my mind, of my conscience, a whole handful of knuckles crack, you shoulders crack. But no, that's not how this works. What do you want? Me? Nothing. Want to get out of the awful deal you made with the bitch of the lady cop? He makes a whistling with his teeth. You remember the night when the judge... What's his stupid name? You remember the night I'm talking about? You know, slowly. Say it. Say you remember, it's important. I remember when the killer attacked you, he was wearing gloves. He was wearing gloves, rubber gloves with talcum powder on them. I knew what you told that bitch. I was there, you remember? I said he was wearing gloves. I'm not talking about his gloves, I'm talking about his hand. His hand, rubber was torn and you saw something. He stares at you. Oh, damn it, out with it, remember? It is not hard. His voice sounds compressed, compacted, smushed. The last syllables rings in your eyes like a scream. You remember the gloved hand, the hall light shining, wrinkles on his skin. You jump as a car flies by right next to the taxi and honks. You've fallen asleep. After sitting still for a second, you start the car. But image of that wrinkled hand haunts you. Whoa.
I'm going to the judge. I'm going to pick up the judge. Accept. You can't reject him. Next passenger is your suspect, the retired policeman. Hospital St. Louis, please. You nod your head and start the engine. Your passenger seems to have his mind elsewhere, not entirely awake, said Stubble Aniston. You scan his skin, his movement, his attitude is. It's cold as shit this morning. His voice makes you jump. You nod. Yeah, more people are not as many when it's cold out like this. Folks tend to stay home when it's too cold. There might be more of them, but they make shorter trips. Makes sense. Dead silence. It's worse in summertime though. People don't take cabs as much, but when they do, they go further. Obviously. Drive in silence for a while when a road goes by. You don't want to look in your side mirrors too often. You haven't seen a trace of the cops yet. Busset told you not to worry, but it's funny. Just this morning, I was thinking about an old case, one of my first cases actually. It was just after the Mesrine case. You know who Mesrine is, don't you? Or am I really that old? Since it's right time to get him to talk. Yeah, Jacques Mesrine, breaking and entering, kidnapping, armed robbery. He killed 2 cops in Canada, tortured a journalist. A far right one, but still. In 1979, after being on the run for a year and a half, the cops catch him and kill him at Port de Clignancourt. He raises a hand. Now the cops say it was in self-defense, but I know for a fact they shot him down like a dog. He looks straight to you. You can see the hint of an underdog fire roaring deep in his eyes. No, I most certainly do not want to die like a dog, understand? He catches his breath and is clearly shaken. He ever so slowly reaches into his pocket and pulls out his gun. Where did Bousse ask you to take me? I don't know what you're talking about. Don't take me for a fool. I swear I have no idea what you're talking about. The gun appears. Shame, I thought I might just get a chance at some honesty in this cold world, just one, just to see what it feels like. I dedicated my whole life to the justice system, to getting to the road at least. And what I say to you request. I'm tired of all the games, all the fucking lies where they ordered you to take me. They didn't order anything. Yeah, right. His voice sounds tired, his voice hands shaking. You can't take your eyes off his weapon. Answer the question, where? A warehouse, some old garage, they're waiting for you there. Ambush. I'm no Mesrine, I'm not going to pull a grenade out from under the back seat here. He cuts off with a groan. When he starts speaking, his voice is chilling. Bousse. You can see his finger on the trigger is shaking over so tightly. How much does she know? She has evidence. We hear a long say coming from that city. A few seconds ago, you try to concentrate on that. Despite your sweaty hands and dripping bro. Okay, why hasn't she tried to arrest me then? Shrug. Don't know, she told me it would be easier this way. I think she hopes you'll turn yourself in without a fight. Looks like. Busset is really one of a kind, but she doesn't fit into today's world. Neither do I for that matter. The weapon he's holding is shaking slightly, wavering. You suddenly notice he's speaking to you in a more familiar tone. That's why I killed them. Bastards, all of them, rapists, murderers, and liars who escaped prosecution. Busset liked to do the same thing I did. Slam a bullet into the head of the first murderer she could get her hands on. She can't. You just can't do that anymore. Long, painful, heavy sigh. In any case, now there's only one truth left. No more concentration, no debate, no need for justice to be served. They were guilty and I killed them. I can write that down if you want. It's no secret. I knew I'd be caught sooner or later, either by Busset or by... His sentence hangs in the air. I'm sick, got cancer all over. They hope some new drug
might cure me, but what's the point, honestly? He abruptly accelerated his speaking pace. I don't want to go to jail. A cop can't go to jail. I don't want to see my face on the cover of magazines and newspapers. But I don't want to deny Busse the pleasure of catching me and her team. And here's what we're going to do. There's a place in Montmartre, a place I really love. It's my first memory of Paris. I must have been 6 or 7. My mother had come all the way from Martinique. She thought she could convince my father to. Yeah. Anyway, there's no point in telling the story. Want to hear it? Sneakers. And buy yourself sometime? No. There's a bench up there, not far from Sacré-Cœur. This bench has two clear advantages. First, it faces the city of Paris, south facing. All the monuments are there, staring back in splendor. You start to speak in confidence. I especially like it when all the buildings spoke out above the cloud of pollution. Notre Dame's square towers, Pompidou and its colored pipes, the Eiffel Tower. He shakes his head and his voice sounds deep and serious again. The second advantage to sitting on this bench is that you turn your back to Sacré-Cœur, an ugly building. They only built it to rub the church right away. He looks away and remains silent for a while. His hands shake a little. I want to see Paris one last time. It's a little too early to watch the sunrise, but at least there will be some people around. Hours life. I want to go and sit on the bench, look out for Paris alone for 5 minutes. And then you can go to the meeting point so Busse can pick me. What do you say? Okay. If I'm late, then nothing. Only 5 minutes, you promise? Okay. We turn around. Okay. We'll see. The view is incredible. So you can escape, right? Neither of you says a word for several minutes. You drive in silence. Then, as you're beginning to climb the mound of Notre Dame, the cop lowers his weapon. I want to apologize. I'm sorry I hurt you the night of the attack. Everything could have turned out so differently. You're nothing like the guy I took down, you know. He was a kid at the time, but there was something in his eyes, something bad, something evil. His eyes sparkled for a bit, tears perhaps. Seconds later, we park a few meters away from Sacré-Cœur. The bench is right over there. I just need 5 minutes. 5 minutes and we'll go about it. You know what? Don't do it. Do what? You're going to kill yourself, aren't you? To be perfectly honest, I don't really know it. The cop suddenly seems older than he really is. His voice croaks slightly as he says to you, "Thanks, friend." He gets out of the cab. He doesn't so much as glance at Sacré-Cœur and its dome lit up with powerful searchlight. A few passers-by chilled to the bone are wandering about nonchalantly on the square in front. A cop finally sits on the bench. He stares there a long minute, contemplating parades. Strings of light weave from around traffic circles and intersections, making a magnificent canvas. There is a sudden moment. In a matter of seconds, he pulls the gun out of his pocket and up to his chin. A shot rings out. Now, thanks, friend. Those were his last. Now, Lieutenant Busses watches you. Her jaw is clenched, locked, more like. What else did he see? He confessed to his crimes. The wire you put in the cab must have caught it all. You have the recording. Boy says for a second before looking away. Shit. This is not how it was supposed to end. You're not clear on whether she's angry or so. I'm sorry. Talked about you. About me, what did he say? It's all in the recording. He said you were like him. Of course, that guy was my mentor or father figure actually. He taught me everything I know. That's why I slipped you his file. I couldn't investigate him. No one on the team wanted to either. It was unthinkable, unfeasible. Fuck. A semblance of a smile spreads across her face, awkward, strained. Perhaps it makes your blood curdle. You're free to go now. Don't leave the country though. We might have some questions for you at some point. She opens the door. Icy air seeps in. You shiver. You really came through, you know. I didn't think you'd do so well. Here, her voice breaks up a bit with her last words. Who knew? She gets out of the cab and slams the door behind her. A blunt metallic noise, unidentifiable vibrations. The car quakes and shakes like a boat. A minute goes by before you can move again. You slowly come back to your senses. Stay a little longer. You sit there for a moment, contemplating the scene in front of you. Police squads are moving about, tape keeping the onlookers away, spotlights flooding the judge's lifeless body with white light. Hard to believe it's all over. You need to get away for a while. Try without thinking. Distance yourself. A cop on the roadside waves his flashlight, motioning for you to leave. You have no reason to be there anymore. You've become a stranger again. Key in the ignition, hands break off, put on the accelerator. You leave Sacre-Cœur behind. Oh, it's over. The first case is over. I've completed the ghost section. Oh, no, not the ghost, the judge. The judge. Atoy Lapla Grand D2 Le Detective. The sun is about to come up. You drove all night long with your window open and the radio tuned to that phantom frequency. The electric static kept you awake. You are so tired that your chest is tight and your eyes are heavy, but you can't stop. Not now. You're going to run out of gas soon. The light went on about 20 kilometers back. You're somewhere in Normandy. Maybe you'll run into that cat you gave a ride to one night. You smile and relax at the thought. You pull over onto the shoulder and get out. There's almost no traffic. You step out the guardrail as your eyes adjust to the colorful break of dawn. The sun will soon rise over the horizon. You get your phone out and dial a number. It doesn't ring, direct to voicemail. A voice asks you to leave a message after the beep. Hey, I wanted to. You catch your breath. When Aid told me she'd held on to your phone just to hear the sound of your voice, I thought it was stupid. But now, the sun is slowly rising and its colors are flooding the landscape. Bare underbrush, a tiny village lost in fog off in the distance, a hilltop sparkling with dew. The view seems alien to you. I wanted to thank you for giving me the opportunity to redeem myself. Thanks. That word disgusts you, but it's too late. Thanks to you, I did something important. I mean, I think. Who knows? Silence, your head is spinning. You haven't spoken to your brother in years. So he is speaking to his brother. Well, in a manner of speaking, you grin. It is it is good. I'm good. You kids are good. I think she's doing better. Her business is doing well. She doesn't think about you so much anymore. She's seeing someone right now. I think she doesn't tell me everything. So Ed is his brother's wife. Ed and the children are his brother's children, his brother's wife and children. No, I understand. You pause. A truck flies by just meters from you. I thought when it was all over, I thought I'd be able to get some decent sleep, close my eyes and sleep, really sleep, finally. But sleeping is just a break, it doesn't put an end to it. It all starts up again as soon as a voice cuts you off. You have reached the maximum time limit, please. You hang up, your phone feels heavy in your hand. What should you do now? There's a broken fence in front of you leading to a small footpath into the woods. Behind you is the highway leading to the sea. Disappear, get back in the car. Disappear, get back in the car. Disappear, get back in the car. What should I do? What should I do? It's a very hard choice. I think I want to get back in the car. I just want to disappear too. I get back in the car. You sigh and retrace your steps on the other side of the guardrail. You find your overheated cab. The next gas station can be much farther. You slowly turn the key in the ignition. There's got to be something of you out there. Something for you out there. Well, this game is complete. Congratulations to me. So it's a nice game. It's really a good game. It's all about investigating. It's all about the choices you make that makes you dead or alive. Some choices will definitely affect you, and this game is all about choices. You are a detective, cab driver. So I've successfully completed this game. It's a really good game. You can give it a try once. Well, thank you for watching this video. Thank you for watching this, and I'm going to stop this stream right now.